Welcome back to the Las Vegas Open here on this beautiful Sunday morning as we bring you the conclusion of our coverage here at this Las Vegas Classic today with our silver ranking event for the WDF.
Yeah, it's going to be our final day of coverage, and what that means is final chance at glory for many of these different players that have been competing and fighting along here and trying to seek the titles that we saw Jeff Smith and the like win last year in the Open. And who else do we have on that roster?
Yeah, so Jeff Smith won the silver ranking event, and then for the women, Fallon Sherrick won. Double dipped that title as well. So we also have coverage of the Open 501 doubles for the women and the men. Last year's women's winner was Zylstra and Hedman. I don't know if they're here this year or not, so we'll see if that continues.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see who really takes that title. Of course, Cameron and Menzies going on the run that they did as well. Really, it's going to be tough competition through and through, and you really want to get that last big win in today's silver event or not. So it might not be the gold, but a silver medal is still a pretty dang good one, Sean.
Well, if you're excited for the Atlanta show, you're going to be really excited for our coverage today.
I am.
So let's get going. Welcome to Sunday Fun Day, live here at the Las Vegas Open. This is the Las Vegas Classic Women's WDF 501 Silver Ranking event. I'm Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms, Nick Teixeira. Nick, I'm happy we didn't get arrested by standing on the Atlanta show stage.
Well, we would have to be important enough to get arrested there, Sean, as I'm excited for our Sunday coverage here at the Las Vegas Open at the Tuscany Suites and Casino. Taking a look at our WDF 501 singles silver event today with the ladies kicking off the live stream. Looking forward to every bit of our coverage.
Yeah, the men have not actually even started their Las Vegas Classic yet, so they're still waiting to get going. But we got a doozy here. Lane Lysak, the Blue Bonnet from the Houston, Texas area. Part of Team Lysak. It's great to see her on our stream this weekend, and definitely a mainstay. Top 16 finisher last year in this event, and she has taken on Charlotta Block, a third-grade teacher who also lives in Texas, originally from Oklahoma. And God bless her soul for being a third-grade teacher.
Yeah, actually, personally, one of my favorite grades. Ms. Recconati, I appreciate you, and I still think about you sometimes.
I'm trying to think now off the top of my head, and I can't remember. I remember Mrs. Perillo, my fourth-grade teacher. Mrs. Martin, maybe was my third-grade teacher.
That sounds about right to me.
Yeah, something like that. Doesn't matter at the end of the day. And we are here in leg number one. It is first to four legs here in the last 32 of this silver ranking event. Nick, remind everybody, what does silver ranking mean when it comes to the WDF?
It means it's secondary to gold, but tertiary to third.
You mean bronze?
Yes.
You said third to third, pretty much when you said tertiary.
Well, clearly I'm not good at describing what it means. Can you let us know, Sean?
Yeah, absolutely. So for the silver ranking event, if you win it, you get invited to the World Masters spot where you can – we saw a lot of players go there last year, including Jeff Springer, who ended up getting his qualification for the World Championship at Lakeside later on in the year by qualifying through their qualifier that they have at the World Masters. A great tournament, and Jeff Smith has booked his spot because he won the gold ranking event, so that automatically puts him, or he got second place in the gold ranking event, which automatically puts him at the World Masters. So that is the spot up for grabs here today, including some money, of course.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And, of course, those that have been watching the USA Dart streams might be familiar with Lane Lysak, as she's taking a very unique approach, not going for the 19s there on the 126.
Did she read that wrong, or is it? That was interesting.
Yeah, definitely an interesting shot selection. But those that have been watching our streams have seen Lane around. She plays in that Women's Choice Challenger Series that we've seen before, or the WCS, that is.
The Women's Cricket Singles Challenger Series.
Yeah, whatever the acronym means,
Now,
we kind of make it up each season.
She was our third place finisher this year.
So very familiar, and we've seen her play with Leonard Gates and the like in previous seasons as well.
Yeah, there's the 11 for tops. Not really sure what she was doing with her setup play, but it does not matter if she pins this. And she is not a predominantly soft tip player. She's a predominantly steel tip player, which is why that also is a little bit interesting with the...
Yeah, again, a little bit questionable on the shot selection there, but we'll see if it comes back to bite her. Block here. It's going to get at least a dart, assuming she stays true. She does. Double top it is.
Oh, and just drags it low. Will she return, or will Lane take out double 10?
Lane would like to believe she's going to take out double 10.
That is a good marker. That is a worse marker. Yeah, not able to utilize the marker at all there.
Yeah, frustrating moments there early on for Lysak, who claimed that you're the favorite of the three of us, by the way.
She did, yes, which obviously I think she was doing that because she knew that eventually she would be on the live stream and just wanted to make sure that I was in her favor, which it worked. I'm rooting for her hard all the rest of the day. As the double 10 at the bottom of the corner goes in for Shalata Block. Break of throw, and I'm going to try and work on my speaking.
No worries. As I can't talk much about speaking correctly on the live stream. Looking forward to seeing how this one will continue to transpire here. As there's already some great matches continuing to develop. Top 32 in the bracket so far. We can see Asia making a run again. Ryan O'Sullivan still making a run. Takahashi doing well as well. Tracy Firetag, Carolyn Mars. A lot of the usual suspects that you'd expect to see in the top 32 have made it this far. Dita as well.
Some of those usual suspects that are already out of this tournament. Liz Tynan losing to Carolyn Mars 3-2 in the top 64. Lisa Tyler loses to Dita Hedman in the top 64 as well. I don't know why I said before just speaking more. Kim Pantai loses to Jillian Phillips in the top 128. Also, our Canadian residents that have been doing so well in past events. Maria Carley last year finished in the top 4, out in round number 1. As well as Trish Grezik, who made the final of the mixed triples last night. She is out early in this battle, losing to Lane Lysak 3-0 to start off the day.
You know, it's hard when you're playing all these different events, especially if you're doing well in all these different events. I was talking earlier with Will, and I talked to Jeff Smith for a little bit, and he was like, man, I don't travel as much, and playing 3 events in one day, I felt like my arm was going to fall off. And he's just here to have a good time and try to get some results when possible, as the silencer is always lethal in the bracket.
Well, speaking of the silencer, he will try to defend his silver title for the Las Vegas Classic that he achieved last year at this tournament. Defeated Robbie Phillips in the final.
Robbie Phillips from that North Carolina area.
One other big name that is out already in the top 128 is Lisa Yee. She lost to Wendy Reitstadler 3-2 in a last leg decider. Wendy had an average 78 to defeat Lisa.
So far, a little bit of a slow start to this leg for both these players. Just trying to get settled in on the stream board, but it seems like Lane is starting to find that as she does get a good 1-3-5 in the board.
Yeah, great darts from Lysak. We have our first top 16 player in the women's side of things. It's Asia Jalbert. 4-0 victory over Carol Harriet, averaging extremely well so far today. Just keeping up with what she left off.
I love Asia's ambition, as she mentioned in our interview with her, that she wants to win multiple national championships, not just one.
I love it.
Lane on setup duty. That dart does not help as it is on the floor. And we'll just be at 1-7-4 for Lane. Block has an opportunity to just, again, defend her throw a little bit here, get on the setup, stay true on these 3 darts, and you should be able to find a finish.
Does not say true. And only 41 scored. So Lane should have 6 darts at least from 174 to break right back in this last 32.
Sails that first one up a little bit. Does correct very well, and that's something that's really crucial with Lane's game. If she has a dart that goes haywire, she usually is really good at figuring out why it went haywire and correct very quickly.
Yeah, one of the best players at adjusting in the game. I agree with you there, Nick. And also one of the best throws in the game. I know that I've waited almost 2 legs before saying that for the first time.
Which is honestly a record in
Yep.
some rate for you.
For sure.
Here, I'll go ahead and say Sean's next line. Now, if I could buy a throw, I would probably consider buying that one.
Is that how I sound?
No.
All right. If I could buy a throw. Do I got a little John Madden-esque in me?
That's it.
I'll buy him. Makes it even, leaves 90. And now leaves 36. Great last start from Lysak. Teeing it up.
You're doing
For
well
a lot
there.
of block. 124 left. Start on the 20s here.
Yeah, you have to. You have to give yourself an opportunity dart. Block should switch to the 18s. Does not even consider the switch there. No chance at an out if you stay up. It would have left you 44, which is not enough.
Well, it's doubled 22.
I believe even the Quadro board can't fix that.
It's fair. Yes, that one still goes up to 20.
18s it is for Lane, though, to get her first leg on the board and break right back. She does, as it's now 1 apiece.
The blue bonnet ties it up.
How cool is it, though, to be a player like Lane and come from a dynasty family, in a sense, with Jen and Russ, right? Mom and Dad hanging out, watching darts and supporting in the background or online, and in the tournament hall as well. It's so nice to see that level of support and make it a family affair.
And you see Mama back there fist pumping every time Lane gets herself at least a ton. She's talking to her the whole time. Mom's nickname for Lane is Lanybug, but Lane has turned that down as a dart nickname.
I don't think I would prefer you say Lanybug. It just feels
It's adorable.
Yeah, but there's a certain je ne sais quoi about not saying that name coming from you.
That's fair. What? What does that mean?
Sometimes I just start sentences and I have no
That's
clue
like
where they're
that's
going.
like you being called the boy still. That's not no longer can be your nickname.
All my mail from A to Z actually still says the boy, by the way, because of Jen.
Even though your demeanor is still boy-like, you are 26.
I like to think that my childlike demeanor makes me more personable in young crowds.
That sounds like something a creeper would say. Back to the match.
Ryan's not here. You can't say back to the match. It's patented now.
It is not.
You know, we talk about the Lysak support system, but of course it's also important to note that, like, how many times have we seen youth players, you have to surround yourself with the right players and people around you. So it's nice when your family is involved with the game, but also just making those right connections. We're talking with Asia, talking about, transitioning to adult career. It's all about hanging out with the right influences around you. That's why I love how darts has continued to evolve to be more youth-friendly in general, kind of break its association away with the liquid encouragement it's always been associated with.
Yep. I couldn't agree more. We saw that earlier today and yesterday with our youth events. Congratulations to Peyton Hammond and Callie Penny, a couple of Canadian team members, for winning their youth events, their first titles. Well, Peyton actually won the gold event last year, so cool to see him win the silver event.
Keeping up a pretty hot streak there then. You can see Block taking a big, deep breath. At 4:05 after 9, definitely feeling the frustrations in this moment.
Yeah, struggling hard in this leg. Something we have not seen out of her so far.
At some point, you just got to say, I want to go play at a different section of the board here for a little bit. Go back to that 20. Let those 20s figure out why they're avoiding me. Because at this point, you blame the 20, not yourself.
It's definitely that fault, yeah. Or it's the darts. Or it's the air conditioning that's on, or the one little yip in the background.
The one little what?
Yip in the background. It could be the stage shaking the board a little bit, which is just never an excuse.
Well, it's just about she's not actually making any of those excuses.
No,
but it's
not
about
at all.
actually getting settled, right?
Of course.
So, and you can see here, starting at 17 seems like a comfort number of sorts. Still not able to make much success of it. But again, you're mentally resetting yourself there. That's all you're doing. Once one starts to fail, it feels like everything falls apart. Once it starts to hit, everything starts going in your favor.
Lane did not have to go about that. The typical route does not choose to do so. 60 left.
Yep, just a single 20 need on this last start to leave double top.
I like the little step back just to ensure it. Does hit the double top to leave double 10 when she comes back.
She did struggle on double 10 in leg number 1 here, where Block came and found it and stole it from her on the same scoring double.
Well, the good news for Lane is that if that happens again, where she struggles on this, she's got plenty of time. With Charlotta all the way back on 375. Definitely more of a Sean Green scoring leg from Block, which is never a good sign.
But it's plenty of time left in this. Even if this leg does go to Lane, it's just a hold a throw.
I like bust here. Do you?
I personally don't mind double 2. So she does go for the bust.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any shame in hitting a single 1 there. And if you bust, you bust.
Your opponent's all the way back on 320. You just want to give yourself opportunities to not leave the madhouse as much as possible.
Well, that's why I plan on hitting at whatever double I leave.
You don't plan for hits. You plan for misses.
Well, that's why I've always lost, Sean.
And that's why I am 100% on my planning, because I always miss. So I know exactly where I'm going after that. Cody says Sean Green scoring leg is crazy. As the does fall in for double 10 for the Blue Bonnet. Takes the first lead in this in this match, 2-1 now. And we're on throw. You can see they're both just yep. This is what you love about Lane, right? Is that she is almost talking to Charlotta there as a teammate, just telling her, just take a deep breath, relax, you're good.
We talk about supporting the opponents. Lane's absolutely a girl's girl and supports everybody when she's playing them, especially on the females side. We saw her in a final last weekend in Houston, if you've been following on the USA Darts soft tip side of the affair, and she got bested in what many would call an upset. And she just took it right in the chin, hugged her opponent, and said, you know what, you got this one, and I'm happy that you got the big win there. Was not gutted about the loss, was happy for her opponent to win.
Yeah, and I think you would agree with me, Nick. We get to talk to and interact with all of these players on as a blessing on an everyday, every week basis, depending on what tournament we go to and all of that. And it always, on our ranking systems of players, the ones that are always super sweet and super nice, men or women, or hilarious, is always up there for us. But the ones that also are great ambassadors for the game and do everything the right way jump up even a little bit more. And luckily for us, most dart players in our community are exactly that.
Yeah, I would say maybe call me biased or just I like people too much, but it's very rare that I've met someone that I had a negative opinion about in the world of darts, and for the most part, it's always been positive because
Name one.
Name
Just
one.
kidding.
I'll name one right now.
Go ahead.
Sean Green.
Yeah, that's fair.
But no, most people have been great, and it's a very welcoming community, all things considered. It's easy to get caught up in some of the online riffraff that happens, but if you're actually talking to somebody, going to the tournaments, and not getting caught up on the keyboard wars, you realize that most people have well intentions and great conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get the look at the side profile, one of my favorite shots on the setup here, just to see kind of the textbook throws. You can almost see Charlotta goes a little bit above parallel with her elbow. That might be causing some of the inconsistency if she doesn't set up like that typically. For Lane, I mean, it's just
Pretty much as clean as they come there. The only note I ever have with her throw is just how high her tip is pointed up in the board. Gives it such a big range of where you have a very small window of where you can release that to pretty much be dead on accurate. She's just really good at finding that window.
I'm starting to find myself thinking that that's a little bit more of a height type of adjustment than anything else. We see a lot of our not as tall players maybe doing the tip up a little bit more than others, just because they're going up with the dart instead of down, if that makes sense. But I agree with you that it's definitely a different way to look. But how about a 180 from the blue bonnet? Boom goes the dynamite. Might as well throw that in there for a 180.
She did say it's her favorite catchphrase.
Well, bloom goes the blue bonnet. How about that? Bloom goes the blue bonnet.
And Lane has gone up to Will several times saying, "Don't get rid of Boom Goes the Dynamite. It's one of my favorites. It's the reason I try to throw nines."
Yeah,
she did say that verbatim.
I don't know why Will's trying to cancel me all of a sudden.
Can you blame him?
I mean, yeah.
I don't.
Well, I know you don't. You don't like me.
I love you.
But that doesn't mean you like me.
That's true. A little left, right, and center over there, not able to fully collect.
96 when she returns, though.
Yeah, Block here is going to have to try to put some pressure on this one.
And she's going to do that. Great first start. Great second. Ah, screw it. Just bust.
52 remaining here. Should just I would play it safe and go for the 12 here. I don't think you've attacked this 22 much. She did, and that was very close.
She almost Dirk Van Dijvenboded it. And I don't mean the techno version.
Now Lane's going to be under some pressure. She has to stay there and try to find a dart. Play for the double eight. Work up on that first one. Tried to. Made some progress, but wasn't able to succeed.
That last start, happy little accident.
And no real harm in that one.
24 is not a terrible leave.
No, not at all.
But block to hold a throw. And the best leg we've seen out of either lady so far.
Yeah, take a moment, deep breath. Needs to execute this knowing the pressure on the moment. Does find it there for block. Good shot there.
Yeah, big darts. And if you're Lane, you're like, that's the last time I sit there and pep talk you. You come back and throw that well.
Well, if it is any testament, she's really good at giving pep talks.
I guess so.
Need AI Lane Lysak when I go up to the hockey next time to beat Will Stewart.
There you go. She just gives pep talks. You just gave her a new career option. We have 4 players that are in the top 16 already. All of them whitewashing their opponents in the top 32. Dita Hedman, Leanne Topper, Asia Jalbert, and Rhiannon O'Sullivan. No surprises by either of those 4.
Usual suspects so far. Do want to take a moment here to really just appreciate everybody that's been watching along with us. We've been seeing so many new supporters, so many new faces in chat. I want you to know, especially when we're super serious and it gets later on in the bracket, we read every message and sometimes try to incorporate your answers into what we're talking about because we love the support you guys have for these players, for us, for darts in general.
Yeah, we promise we're not ignoring you in this.
Except you, Lisa Marin, that's spamming chat about STDs, you're out of here. What? That's what it says.
That just is. It's about standard tip darts.
Lane finding the 20s here. First 2 in. Can she get another one going? No, but finds a 140.
Nice 140 from Lane with a throw out in front. Well, if you're like, when we get a little bit later on in this and we get a little bit more serious, but this person about STDs.
Well, that was the best possible timing for that spam message to come in.
All right, I guess we are ignoring one person.
Yeah, just Lisa.
Don't mention the STDs. You're just fine.
Only imply them like adults.
Nice 125 to follow the 140. Lane is finding her range in that treble.
Yeah, but Block has done a great job of really getting herself settled, scoring way more consistent. That second leg where it was really fighting against her has not been rearing its head again.
I still love that Lane stepped up to her and, like, let's do a deep breath together. All right, we're going to be fine. Another ton there from Lane. Throwing fantastic in this leg. Sitting on a 2-dart checkout after 15.
When one of those players that usually as the match progresses just continues to up her own game throughout, not one to sit idly by.
It is so much fun to watch Mom in the background. Just enjoying life, enjoying the darts. plays as well as Dad does, who's on the ADO board, Russ. Jen is out of this tournament already, so she's now on support duty where she, honestly, I'm sure really likes to be.
I don't think he has any minds with it.
Double 2. And it pins the double 2, and it's a 3-2 score line. It's not over with yet, Lane.
You're still got more to go.
Oh.
Oh.
And she's now going to take the walk of shame back up to the board and grab her darts.
It's a common faux pas that we've seen time and time again.
We raised it up. It's the first of 4 legs now.
One more time.
No. That was bad enough the first time.
That was a test you passed.
Thank you.
If anything, though, there's 2 different things that happen when you think it's over. It's one, you could accidentally let off the gas too much if you're the one that thinks you won, in this case, Lane. Or if you're Block, you're like, all right, well, you know what? I'm playing with house money. She thought she's done. I'm going to attack. In this case, though, Lane does not seem fazed by her, again, faux pas in the last.
No, she's going to start with a little count up of 1, 2, 3. Finding 2 treble visits more often now in this match. Trying to cement her spot in the last 16. Last year, lost in the last 16 to Shea Cole. In this same event.
Yeah, Shea, notable exclusion.
Actually, only one player is still left in this tournament that was a quarterfinalist last year. Only one, and that's Dita Hedman.
That's actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
Block here with an opportunity. She's trying to regain control of her throw. It's so important to do so, right? Because when you're having the darts and you're out in front, it just takes the pressure off your own shoulders. When you have the darts and your opponent's ahead of you, you constantly are like, well, this is the one I'm supposed to win. I need to get this. And you can easily overexert and start over-pushing. Really, if you're Block, you're thinking, okay, I just need 1 or 2 more good turns, or 2 or 3 more good turns. I'll take this out, and all of a sudden we're shooting in a last leg decider, and anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Double troubles comes to shine in the last leg decider from time to time.
Certainly.
And a nice steady ton, once again from Charlotta. I've been very impressed with the 3rd grade teacher.
Do you ever find yourself judging like other grades that are taught as a teacher yourself?
Not in a negative way. it's always in a, I could never do that, and I'm impressed that you can.
I'm impressed at lanes 140.
Yeah.
They're excellent composure.
112 after 12.
Right back.
Yeah.
Block is throwing really well this leg. Let's be careful. I wouldn't mind a bull play on that last start.
It's actually a great call there, Nick. Should have utilized the bull to leave just a 2-darter. Lane, the 112.
We'll get a dart at it. Gonna take a moment here. Confirm with the chalker. Convince herself that she is going to visualize, manifest, and execute the double 16.
Or hit a single 7
That was not what she manifested.
to leave 25. Will she return? That was a great look.
It was. 105 is the look now, though. Still on for the shot. If you're going to miss left. Now on to the 20. Doesn't find it. Goes left again.
Yeah, treble 19 will leave double 19. She went for the 15s route. And again, I think that's just more
Comfort.
ensure that you make it even at the very least. But double 8 for the match. Nobody misses double 4 lane.
Has that worked yet?
No, those look good. It doesn't work again.
Well, now 93 going to be the look here, starting at the 19s for block.
Must go.
Every time this goes around, it feels like a must go. Eventually, someone will take him up on it. Would have left 42 if that hit the trouble.
Yeah, 76 remained. Now it's 61. I like utilizing the 25 to leave 36 here.
And see, I'm the insane
Just good
person
luck.
that does 57 for
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, you are insane for doing that. But
Only
then again,
singles,
that's
only
why we call
singles.
you Madhouse DeShera.
No one calls me that.
Double 4. Now double 2, which she pinned easily last leg. And does it again.
Nobody misses double 2.
The blue bonnet, Lane Lysak, wins the match, is now a top 16 participant for the second year running in this event. She defeats Charlotta Block 4-2 in that. And that'll put Lane against the winner of Eve Watson and Callie Penny.
Yeah, great looking top 16 that we're looking at here. Asia Jalbert, Leanne Hopper is going to be our next one on the board for our first look at that top 16. And this is going to be a very interesting development as this one will continue to transpire on our dartboard here.
Yeah, Asia Jalbert, of course, Friday's ADO 501 national champion, will be taking on the Welsh Leanne Topper, who has thrown very well so far this weekend. And I'm expecting some firepower out of her.
Well, we're expecting you guys to stick around for just a moment's time as we're going to be having some more darting action up on our main stage here in just a few minutes. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Sean Green and Will Stewart. We'll be back in just a moment's time.
Nick Teixeira and Sean Green here, live for USA Darts over at Las Vegas. Nevada.
Nevada.
Nevada?
Nevada.
No, Savada. But we're excited to get right back into the action.
But it's going to be a memory, that's for sure. Look at this from Simon. Bullseye.
He hits the double. What an 8 mark from Simon Whitlock.
I call that the coffin shot.
Woo.
If you go trip 16, trip 15, double bull, you
Nails in the
basically opened up the coffin and put him in it. Let's see what he does here.
Maybe a lot of 19s. Does he get aggressive here? Oh, he's staying there.
Look at the eyes.
Boom goes the dynamite Simon Whitlock with a 9 mark on a 19.
I'm so proud of you.
Simon more impressive. And there it is. Just a nonchalant little 4-3 average for the match. Simon Whitlock will move along in this tournament.
About 136 women, I think. And I know there's 386 men. Jeez.
And look at that. That's the first leg for Fallon Sherrick.
Trip 15, single bull, double bull. Thank you, folks. 501. Is this their first match in cricket?
I actually said this earlier before you showed up that I love this matchup, but I love even more as we get a boom goes the dynamite from Dina Hedman. Round of 9 on the 19s. It's going to point.
Speaking of points.
Fallon Sherrick.
Speaking
My
of points.
goodness, what a 9 mark from Fallon.
Actually, more of a common thing than you think. Skip the 15s, go get the bull. But speaking of the 15s and the single bull double.
Oh, welcome back to the Tuscany Suites and Casino live here in Las Vegas, Nevada for the Las Vegas Classic WDF Silver Ranking event. I'm Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms, Nick Teixeira. Nick, we got 20-year-old Asia Jalbert taking on the Welsh Leanne Topper.
This should be a great matchup here, Sean. I'm looking forward to seeing how Asia will play on the board. She seemed confident coming in today. Even with our interview, we had to give her a little bit of coaching, and she's getting new to that side of the game. But when you win an ADO national title and 4 youth titles at that as well, you're going to start getting interviewed a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. Asia, in the last match, 63 average to defeat Carol Harriet. Leanne Topper defeated Wenda Carter, averaging 56 in the process. So it should be a higher quality affair in this.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how Topper will play in this one, as we know how tough they can be. We saw Topper and Watson play pretty well together on the cricket affair, even if the strategy decision was very questionable at times.
Interesting at best.
But at the same time, Jalbert just been impressive. When Rhiannon O'Sullivan says, that girl's impressive, I'm looking forward to seeing more of what she has to do, that's a high praise.
Absolutely. Well, always looking forward to watching Asia on our cameras because her throw, I'm just going to do it first, is it's just really pleasing to watch. There's just not anything that I would change at all about it. Even the point sticking up, I know that is one of the things that you do not like as much.
It's not that I don't like it. It's just that the level of precision it requires is increased.
Well, there's someone who is pretty precise with that, except for the double 19 was interesting.
It's
just getting rid
helpful.
of the 38.
Yeah, I was going to say, out of all the possible misses, it wasn't the worst one. That was fine, 100 on the turn after all.
I'm going to do that. If I have 218, I'm going to go double 19 for a start. I'm already at 170 or 180. That's perfect. Yeah, leaves 114. The treble 19 on dart 3. So 95 plus
5.
Should have been 100, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Is now the time I point out that it's the third grade teacher that's talking this one? Since I get made fun of for being a Williams Arts teacher, not being able to do math.
Yeah, but it's different. It's easy to make fun of you, Sean.
That's not wrong. Topper well behind in this first leg. Asia just trying to get out front early. Little 20 darter wouldn't hurt. Tops. Double 10. She'll be back.
Yeah, no real immediate pressure here from Topper. Still trying to get settled. You can see Asia really has done well in the scoring phase of this leg. The finishing phase has been a little bit slower, but because it doesn't need to be any faster. And there pins the double 10. Hold a throw to get things started here in this first of 4 affair. And on to leg number 2. Topper to get things going. As again, that top 16 continues to develop there. O'Sullivan versus Riot Pole. Of course, we see Gilbert and Topper here. Fire tag waiting on an opponent. Hedman versus Katie Smith. Eva Watson, Lane Lysak. Noguchi and Roxanne Van Tassel playing as well.
These two ladies actually played each other yesterday in the gold ranking event, the Las Vegas Open, in which Asia bested Leanne 4-1, averaging 75 in the process to Leanne 68.
Yeah, Asia's just been playing well. I mean, her only loss was to O'Sullivan in that event, and that last league decider at that.
Yep. Who was the finalist in the event yesterday.
Losing out to Hedman in the last league decider. Seems like Asia loves the scrappy affairs. As we talked about it. That was her run of the tape, especially at watching her match with Kalina Brandon just virtually there.
Yeah, absolutely. It was impressive to see Asia do and stay as collected as she was. And so far today, right back in playing beautifully so far.
Topper continues to throw despite dropping that dart. I wouldn't have minded just grab the dart and recollect. Players that throw through it, I couldn't do it. Not to say that it's wrong to do, as I will never judge someone on that part of the physique. Unless you have 4 darts in your hand, though, I really just am not a fan. I feel like it breaks my concentration fully.
I think that I'm so weirded out by that as well that I don't drop a dart. It is such a rare, I can't remember more than 3 occasions where I've ever dropped a dart at the trying to transfer, which means that I'm not focusing as much on the board as I probably should.
I've definitely dropped my fair share, especially when you get to the stage matches. Anytime I played a stage match, you just feel that little extra pressure. I'm usually fiddling with my darts more, and that's why I drop. It's not even that I'm really losing my grip. It's more so I'm just trying to distract myself by fiddling with the equipment.
I do flip up my dart and soft tip, and I do drop it sometimes that way. But that being said, I will tell you that must be the problem. I don't get to play stage matches ever, so not good enough for that.
Topper not going to be able to take this 1-3-1 here, so we'll see Gilbert with opportunity to 1-3-4. Can't count out any of the finishes in her wheelhouse, just knowing for the fact that she took out a 160.
Treble 18 tops? No, she's going to go the 19 route. Never the wrong move.
Considering how well she pinned the double 10, I wouldn't have minded anything involving the 19s there.
Doesn't bring it down as much as she wanted to. And Topper should get 1 dart at the bowl. Does not shoot that route the right way. Miscounted. Yeah, at 68 left. Yeah, she had 88 previously. Now they're trying to work through. Yeah. Topper had 88 remaining in that one. So just did not do the route correctly. I think she thought she had something different on her setup play.
You just had to reconfirm there, redial it in.
Asia leaves 36.
Which she will hope to get a chance to return for, but no guarantees here.
It's always tough when something like that happens and you're like, well, that's not what I was expecting, and then now you're trying to do something different. Double 4. Oh, it was a good last start at the double.
It was, but now this could be a costly scenario. Asia with an opportunity. You can tell with the North American scene, it's just prudent to say we're not always used to having to chalk the next match after we lose. That's only a handful of events that usually enforce that. I feel like it should be in every event, should have that level of enforcement there, just to give you a little bit more comfortability chalking. And if you chalk on
yeah,
dart
she should have 4 left.
She should have 4. And what she needs to know is that she can just type in the number they have remaining and top the tap of it, top the number on top tap the number on top. That will.
Hey, do you know this is
set the
Leanne
score.
Topper who's playing?
Top taps the top topper.
9 now for Asia. And it does not go. So reprieve here for Topper. 2 needed.
Now up to the madhouse. Doesn't go.
We appreciate everybody joining us here, USA Darts Productions, live in Las Vegas, Nevada, on this Sunday Fun Day. Bringing you coverage all weekend long. And if you're joining us for the very first time on USA Darts Productions, Sundays are always called Fun Days because they're just interesting. As 1 is hit from Topper, and it is now a 1-1 scoreline. Ends up being a hole to throw, but what a weird leg that we can just forget about now.
Yeah, with the commentary equally forgettable towards me, as that was a little bit of a tongue twister I got stuck on there. My speech therapist is going to have a field day with me on that one.
And then you're going to have to tell your real therapist about it, too.
I usually do.
Asia settles back in. Would you say that the delay before Asia shot at the 36 from trying to figure out everything might have affected?
No.
I didn't think so either.
I'm not saying that it doesn't affect certain players at times, and maybe it did, but from my perception, just Asia has a good self-pacing about her game. She's not like right on the heels, ready to go. She has a very methodical throw in the sense that she takes her time with that first start setup. So, no, I don't think that affected her. I think, if anything, she was just ready to get on with it.
Yeah, you can see just the smooth release of Jalbert's throw. Topper has a very similar action as far as she follows through all the way to it, just with a little bit more shoulder. Asia looking down at the bottom of the board. The 171 is what she was trying to hit.
Do have our first top 8 quarterfinalists there in Rhiannon O'Sullivan with a 4-0 best of Renee Reipel.
Nathan's saying WDF events should have WDF refs. Is that a thing?
I think having dedicated refs was always ideal if you have someone to do it, but just logistically speaking, right? I mean,
That's tough, yeah.
There's a lot of these people chalking matches are players that are volunteering to do so, or in the WDF event, if you lose, you have to chalk the next match. That's common on many high-level floor events. It's just the difference that it's not standard practice here in the U.S., so not a lot of players are used to chalking for someone else, which is completely different than playing and knowing the math, by the way. The entire time you're up there chalking, it's a different feeling. And if you haven't done it yourself, highly recommend, because that's one of the best ways to learn the game from a different level.
Yeah, the best counters in darts started off maybe even as kids chalking matches just to get all of that down.
Well, even as Asia here will have a chance, does not go. When I chalked for Eve Watson versus Paula Murphy this weekend, right? I've been chalking for Paula Murphy since I was 16 years old.
All those 9 years ago.
No.
10.
10?
Well, maybe 9.5. We don't know.
No, 10.
Depends on the date.
No, I counted.
Asia on 88 for a hole to throw. She's got to think that she has 6 from here. But will she go at the bull route? She is. Bullseye. Yeah, it does shoot it.
Yeah, sails it a little bit there. 161 is absolutely possible for Topper to take. On for it, over to the 17s. Doesn't go. You almost thought that second dart was golden, especially with the angle that the dart landed. It looked pretty, but now in a pretty dire scenario because Asia will be returning with 48.
Yeah, there's only 2 darts guaranteed. It's a great marker for it, actually. That's unlucky. Double 8. Oh, busts it.
Yeah, that's going to be unfortunate there.
Just finds the wrong double. And Topper a chance to break in a match that I think that we could argue Asia probably should be up. Doesn't get the double 5. Sorry about the wrong button push there. Happens. Double 16. Not going to go. And Topper back for double 5.
Yeah, going to just go right at it.
And pins it.
We almost said the same thing.
We did. Break a throw for Topper. She's going to do-si-do and step right back up. In a match that Jalbert, we can argue, should be up 3-0.
It's more than fair to argue that. And Asia playing about 20 points below where she has been playing in matches like these, and specifically against Topper last time.
Yeah, the standard for both is below where they have been so far. Asia in the tournament averaging 60.
It's also just so interesting to see with Asia, she's consistently found herself in positions where she's been against the darts and against the score line and finds success time and time again. More of a testament to her ability to, again, approach the board state, not the match state.
And she's also been battle tested for a very long time. She's only 20, but she's been playing this game for way longer than that and at a high level.
It's the best kind of practice. I mean, you see, that's why Lane Lysak has the success she typically does. She's been playing for 11 years. She is not that old.
Topper just going about her business. Topper's played in some PDC Women's Series events. Actually losing to and beating players like Mikuro Suzuki, Natalie, and Rowena Sidley in the process. Trying to return the favor that Asia gave Topper yesterday. 85 follows 85.
And Topper, again, looking for those big results. Hasn't really found it in a lot of these singles events where you would expect maybe a little bit deeper runs from her game. Again, doing well in doubles. But you want the silver, you want the gold wins.
$79 there for Jalbert. Topper, 6 from white, 8-6 at least. A little bit of a almost Klebe dart.
Yeah, the sale's there, but it does at least get to a finish. Jalbert has an opportunity to get to a better finish at that. Taking advantage of the 19s again. Have been pretty friendly towards her. And then sails up top. Doesn't hit a big turn there, though. Not enough to at least make Topper feel the heat yet.
Yeah, it's only one treble needed on the 116. She will get a look at it.
She's been good on her combo finishing, so you can't count it out by one way or another.
No, you saw her yesterday hit a 160. When the 19s were out, treble 19 would have left tops. See that last dart got away from her. And that might be a costly last. Oh, double 8 for a 3-1 lead.
Oh, Topper really wanted that one to go. You kind of almost expected to go to that beautiful first dart. Asia going to be under a little bit of pressure, but I only say a little bit because it's Asia.
Double 8.
Gets away with that dart. Pins it there. Asia finding it 2-2, breaks right back. Beautiful find there. And again, was a very scary second dart that ended up working out very well for her. And the match is back on throw, folks.
Yeah, that first dart, almost a happy accident that did not drop into the double 16. Able to adjust from there. And Asia ties it back up, back on throw. First to 4 legs in those last 16 of the Las Vegas Classic WDF Silver Ranking event. The winner gets a spot in the World Masters. Which I know last year was in Budapest. Do we have a location for this year for the Masters? We do not. Asia now starting to utilize the 19s as a scoring segment. As they start to slow down just a touch.
Yeah, you see it happens in tandem with players. Sometimes you go on breakaway and the other one immediately follows. Sometimes the darts cool off and you feel icy breeze on both sides of the Aki.
The men are off and rolling. And that is still in the top 256. There's plenty of time left in that one. We do want to point out, we do realize that we did not get very many of the men's gold ranking matches yesterday. We're going to try and see if we can maybe fill some of those in the process. So it'll be a little bit more of a split than it was yesterday, where we just ran through the ladies first and then got to the men.
Well, we just cover the darts as they come, right? So that is what we focus on. We're a third-party broadcasting company here. We're always happy to be guests at the Las Vegas Open. And right now, the 20 is happy to see Asia starts, it seems. Finds a 140 on the board to close down the distance. Topper was on a breakaway before this. Is now basically dart versus dart again. Still going against the darts. Topper's doing well.
Yeah, tough 70 because it leaves the 159, the lowest bogey. Sorry, 169, not the lowest bogey, but still a bogey. Asia back in the trouble. And she goes through little spurts like this where just the weight of the dart feels perfect to her, and she's able just to continuously throw that same way with her form. That is very textbook. Great cover shot on the last dart from Topper.
Now Asia's going to take advantage of the 111 here, put pressure on Leanne, and that's not the way to do that there. 106 now, so you're back on setup duty. Should be treble 20 for the 10-6 wire.
Only 59 or 29 scored, excuse me. The even ton left for Topper. She going to go tops, tops? It would have been a lot cooler if Topper went tops, tops.
Would have liked to have the opportunity.
62 left. Got to go 12 for Bull. Bullseye.
For Asia Jalbert.
Oh, and you see I don't know if you saw the shoulder pop up as she threw that last dart, dropping it low. And a huge opportunity now for Leanne.
Yeah, but the first dart going awry only gets one dart now and doesn't collect on it. That's a huge error there that Topper typically hasn't made.
Yeah, got real tight in the shoulder. Asia choosing double 8
Nails
and
it.
pins the very bottom of the double 8. 3-2 scoreline in favor of Asia Jalbert one more time. Wins 2 on the spin.
Yeah, great stuff there. Topper can still just hold throw to make this a chalk affair.
As he goes right back just to the right of her eye line. Asia goes right below her right eye and just straight forward. Just, again, the release is just about as simple as it gets.
Another happy accident on that 19 there.
And let's point out, while we were having a little bit of issues earlier as far as the math goes on chalking, that being said, Charlotta has done so much better since the very start. Just got into the process of going. And it could be her first time chalking on a stage like that. And we saw her play and make some interesting decisions math-wise, so she might be more of a predominant soft-hit player anyway.
Sayuri Nishiguchi makes the top 8 of our women's WDF singles event, joining Rhiannon O'Sullivan there as the first 2 competitors, both with 4-0 wins, by the way. So pretty dominant form, knocking out Roxanne and Renee.
And Nishiguchi averaged 68 in that match against Van Tassel.
$70 on the score there. Topper's doing a great job in this leg, just doing what they need to do.
Yeah, it was 80, I believe.
80 on the score there. Excuse me.
It was a treble 5 instead of a single. It happens.
Well, I've been meaning to talk to my optometrist and my speech therapist and my normal therapist.
What about your abnormal therapist? All right. Topper leaves 160. Jalbert back on 314. Good switch. Great cover shots. Well, we've seen this go already. Not going to go this time.
Does do a good job of bringing it on down. Did look good on the last start there. But at 100, not going to be too upset about the positioning there.
Asia was trying to leave the steady ton. Misses the big 19 on the last. Stuck at 112. This one might be a tops-tops. It is a tops-tops look. Oh. Asia for the match. 112, very doable.
Still on the shot. Looking for that requisite treble. Does find it. Over to the 32 for Asia Jalbert. Doesn't get it right back. This was a very intense ending to this leg. Topper wants to send it to a last leg here, though.
Double 10 does go, and we are going the distance.
Might even be going for speed, Sean.
Jalbert with the start in the last leg decider. That was a great hold to throw from Topper. And we'll see how this battle ends. Anything goes, especially with that opening zero trouble visit from Jalbert. Topper trying to take advantage of it right away. Only gets 70.
That time, I didn't need my glasses. Asia not really finding the trouble herself. And then there, pins that dart. That was a very sneaky dart. I don't know how you snuck it in.
Yeah, it'll work. It's a bit of a hanger, Sarge, but it'll do. Topper right back in the trouble again.
Fighting
And
tooth
then-
and nail.
I mean, just 2 back-to-back disappointments after the first start goes in the treble 20. That's a perfect first start.
And just low on the wire on the second. But does find it on the third there for a 140. The scoring onslaught continues from the young North American talent.
Current national champion.
Of this nation. Going to be focusing on setting up the 202.
Let's call this what it is. Both players have shot phenomenally in this last leg decider so far.
Yeah, what's otherwise been a scrappy affair at times has now been a class affair at the end.
Another great 2 trouble visit from Jalbert. Topper's going to need to match that. Does find the last. 20
Has to fade some darts.
for the match. Just drags it low.
It was a good attempt at it there. 153. It's on. Over to the 19s. It's on. Leanne Topper for the match. Nails the 153 win over Asia Jalbert.
Oh my goodness, what a dart, what a match. Leanne Topper, the 153. Brilliant. Check out. And look at Asia in the background, nodding there, and then hits it, and she goes, wow, and immediately claps.
Yeah, I mean, how do you not support a great shot like that? Quick to give a handshake. Topper over the top, over the moon even, and that one, getting that big check out there. What a finish. What a showing there. Down to the wire at the very end.
A 15 darter to break in the last leg decider. What a match in this last 16. Folks, don't go anywhere. This is just scratching the surface of how brilliant this could be today. Sean Green, Nick Teixeira, Will Stewart back with more from the Las Vegas Classic right after this. Welcome back to the Las Vegas Classic, the silver ranking event for the WDF, live here in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Las Vegas Open. I'm Sean Green, joined by Nick Teixeira, and we got ourselves an international duel between Dita Hedman and Eve Watson. This is an English versus Welsh affair, Nick.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one will transpire on the dartboard, as Eve Watson has been nothing short of impressive the times we've seen her on the stage. But, of course, that can also be said to the gold winner there in Dita Hedman.
And I believe the world can rejoice because TikTok's back. Only took half a day. Yeah. And that's how you gain a whole bunch of new users on TikTok. You just shut it down for half a day.
Apparently. Dita Hedman here, going to try to get things going. We saw in the last 2 days incredible scoring from her. That's been the note of her game. Her scoring, consistently finding a trouble every time she's up at the board. Eve has also shown moments of true power, hitting these big shots and big collects, multi-treble rounds. It's going to be a tale of the doubles, as it usually comes down to.
Yeah, we know for a fact that Eve can hit trebles. She did that in singles cricket on Friday night, the champion in that event, with her first time playing competitive cricket, which is always awesome to see occur. Dita Hedman, the champion of the gold event, trying to do what Fallon Sherrick did last year and sweep the WDF ranking event titles for the weekend. She was finalist in this event last year, losing, of course, to Fallon in the final.
Yeah, I mean, again, a top talent of the game. We've talked about her time and time again, as she deserves to be talked about as a top talent, right? When you consistently perform, you consistently get finals appearances, get finals wins even, it shows that you're always a threat, no matter what. And no one's going to be doubting that about either one of these players, but especially Hedman.
A reminder, you can follow along with all of the action on Dart Connect. Just click the WDF tab to find the Las Vegas Open, and then you can get right in here. This is leg number 1 of the first quarterfinal. First to 4 legs here in this Las Vegas Classic. Let's look at the quarterfinal lineup so far. We have Rhiannon O'Sullivan taking on Leanne Topper. Topper hit the 1-5-3 checkout in the last match that we had on our stream in the last leg decider, with Asia Jalbert, who's doing the chalking in this one, on 20. I mean, just a massive, massive finish at a brilliant time. That is a all-Welsh affair there. Tracy Firetag just defeated Carolyn Mars 4-1. She's awaiting the winner of Paula Murphy and Tammy Dauber. This match, of course, ongoing as quarterfinal number 3. And then the last one is Sayuri Nishiguchi is waiting on the winner of Andrea Taylor and Wendy Ryan Stadler.
It should be a pretty good top 8 here again. Nothing too crazy about the lineups that you see here. Nobody that you're like, wow, really, they made the run. If anything, there's a couple people that have fallen a little bit short, but that's only because only one person can win at the end of the day. Sounds silly to say, but it's a fact you need to remember. Beautiful last start there from Hedman on the tee up here. Eve Watson now at 77. Needs to bring it on down.
This is for a break. Should get one dart. Oh, that's a major drop from Eve. I think was going for single 18.
At 58 scored.
And she still, I believe, leaves 42.
Yeah, 61 scored. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, she hit the treble. Gotcha.
Yeah, that was a treble 13.
Gotcha. I apologize. But the double 18 goes for Hedman to hold her throw in leg number 1 in this quarterfinal.
Now, Eve, to get things going here, not going to waste any time getting to the board. Love Eve's pace of play. As I've been saying, Robert Thorne-esque throw.
Yeah, average-wise, this should favor Hedman. 71 on the event so far today, whereas Eve is only at a 60. That being said, we've seen firepower out of Eve better than a 60.
She averaged over a 3 in the cricket events. She was around like a 3.1, I believe, which would imply that she's also going to be in those mid-60s averages here in the 01 events. I don't think that's going to phase her too much. She's not going to be thinking about the statistics of it all. She knows that when she collects, she can collect big.
And that's a great point, because when you look at her match results, really the only reason why she's averaging a 60 is because she averaged a 47.5 in her very first match of the day, which can happen to anyone at 10 a.m.
Yeah, first round blues exist for a reason.
Hedman has been quite consistent, 71, 82, 73, but then she did fall a little bit down to a 62 in the last match, already back up to her, around her average once again in this one. But Eve is doing some damage in this leg.
You're doing a great job of defending her throw, getting herself to a finish here. Hedman going to need to collect a big one here if she wants to leave herself one. She will not. So 6 darts for 167 is a good position to find yourself in early on in the quarterfinal.
Reminder to all of our viewers, the men's Las Vegas Classic is also ongoing out there in the Dart Hall. They are still in the top 128, so there's still plenty of action on that event brewing. We didn't even start this coverage until the top 32, to put that in perspective for how much we still have remaining of our coverage of the Las Vegas Classic today on both the women's and the men's side.
Eve Watson approaching with 36 here. Should be able to make this one apiece in what has been a class affair so far. Goes inside, but plenty of room to work. Walk in the dart here. Played it conservative, and it doesn't go. Can afford to, though, with 240 being the shot for Hedman. I also wouldn't have minded a split on the 18.
That's a great point. Actually, if you're not going to split on the 18s, I like the super uber aggressive dart on dart 2, because that way if you go inside and hit a single 9, you can still just bust the third dart and go right back to 36.
Exactly. Well, here did choose to try to split. Got a little haywire with it.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, that's not going to be the turn envisioned there.
But only 9 from Hedman does not help anything on the setup play. So Eve still with plenty of time. Not going to be a 9 scored this time.
Statistically speaking, it's impossible now.
Not really. It can fall out of the board.
No, it was impossible, Sean.
85 from Hedman.
This time going right at it after the failed split. Having a little bit of trouble still.
Oh, no.
And that's the worst case scenario when you're going right at, is leaving yourself on 9. Hedman now with an opportunity, even if it is outside, it is still within her wheelhouse, of course.
Well, we mentioned this about the averages and how it should automatically favor Hedman. Cannot give her these opportunities. Oh, just below the wire. 68 left. We'll come back with 48 if Eve does not take this out. Now a lot of pressure. And a bust right away from Watson. Does not hit the big fat single 1. And Hedman should have 2 darts at a double to steal leg number 2.
Yeah, effectively missing 9 darts from 36.
That's a brilliant marker on the double 16.
Just throw that same dart. She does.
Yep, and she's apologetic on the results, but at the same time, nothing Hedman can do. If your opponent misses, all you can do is get down low and hit the dart that you're trying to hit.
No, that's a leg that can absolutely eat at your core soul there if you're Eve Watson. You can't be thinking about that. We talk about the short memory in darts. Well, you have to have a real short memory in this affair, because it is hard not to think about those last 9 darts.
In multiple different ways is it important for you to forget about it and move on. Most importantly is the fact that it's a race to 4. So you don't have time to sit there and think about it.
Yeah, every leg is going to be important. It doesn't matter if it's a race to 37, right? If you're thinking about something that happened at one of the particular legs, it's just going to eat at you. And it's something where you reflect back after, especially when you're playing on a stream and you know you're on the feed, right? You can watch it back. There's no reason to review the game tape in your head right now.
Right.
And she knows that. An absolute competitor on the dartboard. Has great form, has had great results, and won cricket for the first time ever playing.
We've actually seen that a couple times this weekend, which is what makes it so much fun to be at the Las Vegas Open. Is a lot of our international players are playing cricket competitively for the first time if they're coming over here for the first time. Hedman was in that same position last year, Watson this year, and then we saw it with our champions of the men's Opens double cricket champions, the young UK kids, 21-year-old James Beaton, and, of course, 18-year-old Jensen Walker. And it was Walker's first time playing cricket competitively.
And also Beaton's, although he did practice with Tony Martin, he never actually played in a competitive competition before that.
For those of you not familiar with Eve Watson, she is the only female player to qualify for the Red Dragons Champion of Champions event this past year. That should tell you everything you need to know about the talent level.
The talent on this board has been apparent with the different opponents we've been seeing have these high-octane matches. I love that the women's field has had great representation across the board, from local representation to international, between Watson, Ryan O'Sullivan, Hedman, even Asia, our chalker here, representing North America pretty well.
Yeah, our current 501 national champion, Asia Jalbert. 16 tops for a 116 checkout and a 3-0 lead in this race to 4. She will return with tops, but quite a masterful performance so far from Hedman.
Yeah, took advantage of the fact that she was well behind in the last leg, didn't give up on it, and got the win. And now for a potential 3-0 lead, double top once again. This time, her sights are set on it, locked in. Is that too good of a marker? Yeah, it is. Over to the double 10. You want to grab it. Does not grab the 3-0 win, or 3-0 lead, excuse me. Instead, puts herself in a disparaging position. 1-2-2 cannot go, though, if you don't find at least 118.
Oh, no. A great last start to leave 54. However, there's a lot of work left on this 5. Got to split, obviously. That's a great, great first start. Double 2. Good marker for Hedman. Stack it right on top and does exactly that. 3-0 lead for Dita Hedman in this race to 4. Trying to get back to the finals for the second time in 2 years in this event.
Yeah, currently looking favorable to do so. And again, Eve should have probably had this in a 1-1, maybe 2-1 affair. It's going to be hard to not feel that heat a little bit now, knowing that you have to play perfect. But first things first, just hold the throw.
Mm-hmm. I will say this. It looked like Eve rushed those first 3 darts. So let's take a look here at her side profile throw. Yeah, she's just not as solid.
Well, that first dart released well early. You could see it in her throw, released before it reached the precipice of that follow-through. Not the same case here with Hedman, though.
Yeah, a lot of movement in her throw, but the elbow stays dead still. It's the one consistent thing you're going to see from every top dart player from around the world. The elbow will consistently stay in the same position no matter how much movement is in the arm or other body parts. The elbow will stay consistent. And great cover shot, but Eve still continuing to struggle so far.
It has definitely not been the best version of her game so far. We saw it in Leg 2. Her scoring was phenomenal, and then doubles just got way too tricky on her, especially with some of the setup darts there. That was the absolute difference maker. And since then has been struggling to channel that same energy at the dartboard. So Hedman now with 175 should tee up kindly here. See what she does with it. Expected more. Does leave the Shanghai. Watson out 194. Try to do herself a favor and get a little bit lower than that. 44 on the turn, bare minimum, as it is a leave, but nothing special. $120 though for Dita. Will not get a dart at it, but with $150 for Watson, you'd imagine she's going to be back. Watson's going to need a show stunner here to save the run.
We've seen a few of them on our streaming board. Not going to get another. The first dart was in. Does put some pressure on the 60, but this is for the match and a spot in the semifinal in the Las Vegas Classic 2025. Tops. Is it too good of a marker? It may have well been, as Eve Watson might only get one dart at a double. 68 remains. He's going to get two.
It's going to be a good shot at it.
No,
pulls it down. This is another time where we'll be on the right side of the board, and she's pulled a dart well low. And that's going to be detrimental as Hedman now gets another opportunity for the match, an opportunity she probably didn't expect to have after that first dart from Watson.
That's tough. Chasing it around. Ooh, a lot of match starts come and gone so far for Hedman. Watson right back in the same treble.
Not making the same mistake on the 13, and does get it there and a little bit of a celebration about it.
Hits the double four.
Having a little bit of a laugh, but Hedman knows that it's her throw now and still her game to lose.
Yeah, even the Caribbean Queen able to giggle at that one.
For as serious as she is on the dartboard, she does love smiling at the antics.
She is an extremely pleasant individual off the Aki and an extremely serious and daunting player on the Aki. But you see she was still smiling back there after she had threw that the first round, hitting a 140, of course.
I'm going to try to keep up that same pacing here. Again, the highlight of her game really has been the scoring from her. Even in this one, a little bit lower than other affairs. Still staying ahead of the pack.
But only 45. Eve got to rattle off 3 straight, including a couple of breaks. Obviously, this is the first step.
Oh, and that's a great step for Hedman in the other direction, finding a 1-2-3.
Counted on up, but that was unlucky. That kissed off to the right into the ones. Eve trying to leave the 170.
Taking advantage of the fact that 419s gets you that option.
But 6 starts from 193 for Hedman. Gonna need to correct it after the first does that. 85 will work. But Eve can put some pressure on that.
And she absolutely plans on it there, finding the first one right in the segment. But just 100 to follow. You expected a little bit more on that turn, but she's not going to be upset at the 110 if she gets an opportunity, as Hedman has been crucial in rounds like this. Finds the first one dead center. Will get a dart.
Double 16. Pins the 108 for the match. Dita Hedman. That is the second match in a row where it's been a ton plus checkout to move on.
Yeah, in absolute style. There was a certain air in the room that says she might just take it here, and Watson might not ever get a look at the 110. Beautiful 15-dart leg for Hedman to get things moving and continue to fight along as she will, again, move on to that next round there. Rhiannon O'Sullivan also moves on to the semis. And, of course, we have a top 16 match currently still battling Paula Murphy down 3-2 against the darts against Tammy Dauber.
I have a question. Can we go back to that replay and see that one more time? I just want to watch Eve in the background. So just watch Eve. After the second dart goes in, right? She's looking, eyebrows raised now. She looks off. She's like, well, this is over. As soon as she hits it, she just winks at the camera. See the little wink? She winks to let just thumbs up there from Hedman. So, again, just the sportsmanship that we've seen so far this weekend has been second to none so far. But, guys, we're going to have more action coming your way for this WDF Silver Ranking event, the Las Vegas Classic, right after this.
Nick Scher and Sean Green here, live for USA Darts over at
Las Vegas.
Nevada.
Nevada.
Nevada?
Nevada.
No Savada. But we're excited to get right back into the action.
But it's going to be a memory, that's for sure. Look at this from Simon. Bullseye. It hits the double. What an 8 mark from Simon Whitlock.
I called that the coffin shot.
Woo.
If you
Yeah.
go trip 16, trip 15, double bull, you
Nails in the
basically opened up the coffin and put him in it. Let's see what he does here.
maybe a lot of 19s. Does he get aggressive here? Oh, he's staying there.
Look at the eyes.
Boom goes the dynamite Simon Whitlock
You
with a
got to
9
call
mark
it.
on a 19.
I'm so proud of you.
Simon more impressive. And there it is. Just a nonchalant little 4-3 average for the match. Simon Whitlock will move along in this tournament.
About 136 women, I think. And I know there's 386 men. Jeez.
And look at that. That's the first leg for Fallon Sherrick.
Trip 15, single bull, double bull. Thank you, folks. 501. Is this their first match in cricket?
I actually said this earlier before you showed up that I love this matchup, but I love even more as we get a boom goes the dynamite from Dita Hedman. Round of 9 on the 19s. It's going to point.
Speaking of points,
Fallon Sherrick.
speaking
My
of points,
goodness, what a 9 mark from Fallon.
actually more of a common thing than you think. Skip the 15s, go get the bull. But speaking of the 15s, and the single bull, double bull
Big
game
dart from
shot
Fallon Sherrick.
again.
My goodness, a 4.1 in that one.
That makes it an 80. Yeah, it does. I was thinking it may only make
Well, that's gonna do more. That'll do it. 2 darts is all that's needed to win leg number 1.
needs 2. He
That'll
grabs the
work.
triple. He'll
Gonna
probably
stay.
stay there.
Now he'll switch, right?
Nope, he'll
He's
stay
staying.
up there.
Another treble 18 from Brandon Perez. He's going to go get rid of the 16s. Does that. 15s now. Big 9 mark from Brandon Perez, the Las Vegas native.
We could try.
Oh, look at this.
Speaking
Make it
of try,
1-1.
I was going to say, speaking of try, there's a double bull.
1-1 scoreline now. Brandon Perez on the board with a 5.4 average in that leg.
18s for Mills.
Gonna stay up there on dart 2. See if he looks down. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Las Vegas Classic, a WDF silver ranking event at the Las Vegas Open here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Sean Green, joined by Nick Teixeira. Nick, we have a battle between Lakeside semifinalist Jason Brandon taking on Las Vegas, Nevada resident Robert Anstess, who's originally from England.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing this affair. Of course, JB, familiar friend of ours on the live stream. Got to see him in the cricket final against Jimmy Jones.
In the cricket final?
That's the one.
All right. Yeah, JB is, again, Lakeside semifinalist. If you are one of our viewers from across the pond, you know exactly who Jason Brandon is at this point. Hit the 148 checkout against Neil Duff to save his skin in the quarterfinals at Lakeside. You love to see JB get all the success that he does because he comes across as one of the nicest people in the world, and then in real life he's one of the nicest people in the world.
High praise from Sean Green.
It's 100% true. Southern comfort. He is a Southern gentleman for sure.
Of course, Jason Brandon also now getting more well-known for his daughter as well, Clayana Brandon, doing more and more work. We've seen her play in the likes of the Women's Series and others.
Yeah, she also has her CDC tour card and played in quite a few CDC events this past season, did Clayana, which is great to see. JB had a lot of success this year on tour and is looking to find some WDF success and get back to the World Masters.
You can't really blame him as he went quite the run. It was so fun to watch him play on the stage, have the big moments, and again, seeing the difference of how he performed in the WDF compared to when we saw him play in the U.S. Masters, where he definitely was feeling every bit of that pressure. He's come a long way.
Yeah, it's first of 4 legs here in the last 64 bout. I will tell you that, in case you have not noticed already, the advantage should go to Jason Brandon. Anstess, the local from Las Vegas, is only averaging 60 for this tournament today, whereas Brandon, of course, is up there and 4th overall at 84. And that is a massive separation. Double 10 does go in for Jason Brandon. 18 dart hole to throw will do. And we'll see if Anstes can put some pressure at all on the great player from Cowan, Tennessee.
Yeah, it's just about getting settled. You can see the immediate frustrations. I talk about time and time again, but sometimes you don't even realize how much you're doing it. When you're shaking your head after every dart, when the misses are really starting to get to you, it just helps your opponent more when you're starting to show the frustrations. You got to start to learn how to internalize or even just exercise that from your game altogether.
Absolutely.
Not saying you're not allowed to be frustrated, for the record. It's just about not giving all the tells, like me playing poker.
I don't know. You're a pretty good online poker player.
That's because there's no tells. I just keep hitting all those emote buttons in there and it gives it away still.
I found out I'm a terrible in-person poker player this weekend.
Could have told you that one.
Well, I got to play about 12 hands in the tournament that I played in on Friday evening at the famous Horseshoe Casino, home of the World Series of Poker. Great ton there from Anstes. Again, a situation where he's just trying to stay competitive against the great Jason Brandon.
And Jason just consistently finding himself in that 85-plus gear. Most matches he's in, he's just consistently getting those high-scoring rounds. And we've seen him rev up into the high 90s as well. A great space to find yourself in. As Robert, you can tell, feeling a little shaky. That dart was worth a little bit extra, but not the way he intended. Getting the double 20 on the first.
If you're going to missing the double top, missing the trip 12. If you're even luckier, the trip 18. And that's a 171 from JB. Leaves himself 32. What a setup. 32 after 12. And if you're Anstes, you're like, all right, this has been fun so far.
Having just such a great time.
Maybe I should grab some popcorn if I'm going to watch this display happen against me.
Having trouble collecting, though. Does find it on the last.
Yeah, terrible. He's only 2 for 6 on doubles. But Jason Brandon finding it on dart 3 each time. And it's a 2-0 lead for Southern Comfort. And look at this. That's a 180 for Jason Brandon to get himself going in leg number 3. One of those situations where if you're Robert, again, lives in Las Vegas, Nevada, originally from the UK, you're just like, all right, well, I'm just going to hit a ton, see what happens. Boo. Only goes 3 into the 9.
Only boo after 5 darts, Sean. How many times have we said it?
I can boo whenever I please.
Yeah, I guess so. The power's gotten to your head, though.
I don't know. Every time I have to adjust our headsets when we switch them out, I have to make mine way smaller than yours have been.
Yeah, I might have a big head, but there ain't much in it, sir. As you heard from my great commentary last night that I posted a clip of.
No, I have done that same thing today so far. Jason Brandon drags it over into the treble 5. Try to go bowl there on dart 3.
Yeah, not able to make too much of the turn where he expected a little bit more. Robert in this leg.
Yeah, he's gone ton.
He's definitely looked a little bit more settled as he's getting a notification from the fans back at home.
Yeah, which definitely was the reason for that snatchy last dart. That would be my excuse. Look at, I mean,
Beautiful tee up here.
It just doesn't get any better. After 12 again on 32 is Jason Brandon. Averaging 98 here in this last 64. Man is on a mission today, my friend. And that's a nice 1-2-5.
It is a great shot there. Again, playing very well in this leg.
Yeah. I mean, he's sitting on a checkout after 12. But Brandon just going to take it out in 15 once again, and it's only 3-0. It's a race to 4. And
another one of the faux pas we've seen.
That time from one of the top players in this room. And he's, oh, man, my bad there.
I'm sorry, partner.
All right, well, you just go on up in there and do your thing.
I'll just marry on over.
And just the way that he ran up to the board and did his thing, like, that's just Jason Brandon.
Mm-hmm. To a T.
Yep. We'll see if it was a little bit of an adrenaline dump for him.
I doubt it. I don't think it was a high adrenaline game from him so far. It's just been a very solid one at that. To have the adrenaline dump, yes, maybe it might relax a little bit more and tune back up, but adrenaline dumps is of something else, right?
Yep.
Adrenaline dump would be like Asia hitting the 160 and then getting the last leg decider and struggling to perform in that moment, in my opinion. But then again, she's also always calm and collected, so maybe not.
I mean, adrenaline dump is what happens when you hit a 9-darter at the World Darts Championship and you end up losing the match. Because it happens more often than not.
For me, never.
Same. I've never even touched that stage, let alone I barely have looked at it. Jason Brandon back in the trebles. Steady ton. And again, let's point out the fact that Anstice has raised his game up in that last leg. Brandon took it out in 15, but Anstice was on and out after 12 with Jason's throw. It's been a masterful display from both players, but Jason Brandon is just on a different level right now, trying to leave the 140. And he does exactly that. 162 from Jason Brandon. Trying to do the Rob Cross World Championship. 6 darts.
2018, depriving Phil Taylor of his last attempt at the title.
You could also do the Malcolm Miracle Peter Wright throw. He went the Rob Cross route. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I respect players that can utilize the 18s very well, as I've always struggled to do so. It's arch nemesis. On the other hand, I love 12.
And Anstice does not start on the 18s. So would not have been able to leave a finish after the first dart. Those might be the last 3 for him in this tournament. 98 left for Brandon.
Will return. Jason Brandon trying to set himself up there. Robert, not much you can do. Looking to leave an outside finish here. First dart makes it hard. Second dart makes it even harder. And third dart makes it impossible as he's not able to collect. Jason Brandon approaching for double top here.
And a brilliant display of darts. Is it too good? He's laughing because he wants it to be done, and it's almost like an apology to his opponent, who's still back on 226. Should switch here on dart 3. Does so in a different way than I was expecting, but that'll work.
Is he going to go right at it or take it here?
Right at it. And he pins it. 22 darts in that last leg there for Jason Brandon, but he wins 4-0 over Robert Anstice. And JB is on a mission today.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, he wants to get a deeper result, a deeper run here, and he's a very talented player, more than capable of doing so. Looking back here at our ladies bracket, Tracy Firetag taking on Tammy Dauber. Tammy Dauber besting Paula Murphy in that affair we talked about earlier. And it does look like Sayuri Nishiguchi does win 4-2 over Wendy. Moving on to set up our first women's semi against Detta Hedman. Looking forward to seeing that one.
Yeah, and I mean, that was what a great match there for Nishiguchi. She defeats Ryan Stadler, who's been a masterful player this weekend, especially in 501. But yeah, so far all our semifinalists are from 3 different countries. We got Wales, England, and Japan right now. Pretty cool. As we bring you this coverage of the Las Vegas Classic live in Las Vegas, Nevada. Sean Green, Nick Teixeira, USA Darts Productions will be right back with more coverage right after this. Welcome back to the Las Vegas Classic here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Sean Green joined by Nick Teixeira. Nick, we are live here for the silver ranking event. It is the semifinal, first of 4 legs, between Dita Hedman, our defending finalist, and Sayuri Nishiguchi, our first look at Sayuri. And the one thing that we'll know for sure, the elbow and the positioning and everything will be textbook.
Yeah, pretty common to see from some of our overseas players, especially from the Asian side of the game. They have very textbook fundamentals, and they're very rigorous about their practice routines and styles and setups. It's one of my favorite things to watch, and I always love watching the Japanese pros, especially back from some of my soft tip days where I worked a little bit closer with them.
Yeah, I would argue that the longer the PDC Asian Tour continues to go on and everything along those lines, the more top Asian players we're going to get in the world as far as the ranking goes. We're seeing it happen a little bit right now when it comes to the World Darts Championship in Lakeside, where our Asian competitors are starting to really perform well, including the Singapore man himself, Paul Lim.
Of course, Dita's been the woman on the stage kind of making dominant performances left, right, and center. Excited to see her kind of show remnants of that performance. But, of course, it's really exciting to see it. We haven't had too many of the Japanese players make it on the stream. We had a couple of the Philippines players, but I'm looking forward to really getting a deep dive into the form.
The other part of things that I love to see is every once in a while there's little nuances in throws. I cannot tell you if I've ever seen a player close their eyes in between each start, because Sayuri does exactly that.
Very interesting there to see.
Yeah, watch this. Eyes closed, and then she opens and throws.
That is so fascinating. Good catch on that one.
Yep. And, I mean, for a lot of players, right, they even will step on the Aki because they don't want to lose any focus on the dartboard whatsoever. So for her to do pretty much the opposite of what, like, I don't know if most players blink through 3 darts.
Yeah, typically not to not only blink but fully close and slowly open the eyes. I wonder if she does that to just help refocus on the segment and really train herself. Hey, look at the target, because it's very easy to look at the dartboard and not look specifically at the target you're aiming at. And it's one of those pieces of advice I give to new coming players a lot of the times. Seems to be working well for her, though.
Has been so far. I mean, the darts are flying beautifully for Sayuri. It's always fascinating. Of course, Sora is here as well this year, as she was last year. One of the only players I've ever seen that she does not grip with any of her fingers. She uses the that's a big maximum from Dita Hedman to put some pressure on this 90, but she uses the fold between her thumb and index finger to grip her dart. But Sayuri Nishiguchi, 90 left, going to stay on the 20 route. Will be double 5. Look at these averages, too.
Yeah, this is a good showing so far. A little bit high, and she kind of pantomimes the sail away there, rocking the JDO jersey. The Caribbean Queen with an opportunity now for 42. Should get at least 2 darts here. That's a double 16 it is. Good marker. Should be able to. She feels like she needs to move over just a tad bit there. She does have wider barrels. Doesn't get it. Very close precision. Just barely missing out there. Sayuri gets another opportunity.
Yeah, she was almost surprised that Dart 2 or Dart 3 did not go in because they felt so good for her. You can see the support behind Sayuri. Oh, and gets a little tight on Dart 2 and drops it way low. I do have to say the demeanor from her has been fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely very emotive in nature. Have been now with another opportunity at 32 here in this semifinal bout.
Was right on the wire with the last 2. And again, she thought that was in. It's got to be frustrating as a player to. It seemed like it feels good, and again, right on the outside wire.
Sayuri needs to capitalize on a moment like this, though. She had a couple errant darts at the 10, and she really needs to capitalize on getting this one done.
And instead, busts on Dart 1. I don't know about you, but I cannot stop looking at her eyes before she shoots a dart.
I don't blame you whatsoever. But Hedman can only force herself to look at the 16. Now inside, over to the 8 might be a blessing in disguise as she does nail it in 1.
She bent 4 wires on the doubles before finally drilling the double 8, and it is a break a throw for Hedman. A lot of missed darts at the doubles in leg number 1, but the scoring power was there for both ladies, and we'll see if that continues. So far it is for Hedman.
Sayuri's name, of course, meaning small lily in Japanese.
Of course.
Common name there. Of course, if you actually, fun dart fact for you here, in the Persona 5 video game, a Japanese RPG game, Sayuri is the name of one of the main paintings in the game, and they have a darts mini game where you play darts with your teammates.
I'm really happy.
It teaches you how to play.
I'm really happy you actually found a darts mini fact there, because at first I was like, wow, this is just about a video game. But that is an interesting fact. Dita Hedman, how about a fact for you? That is a perfect first start for a 180. Oh, unlucky that she did not stack that last start. 1-2-5. In the top 8 match, ongoing Tammy Dauber, Tracy Fire tag to get to that second semifinal. It's a 1-1 score line in favor of both competitors. This is a tie ball game. The Bears.
The Bears. And Hedman continuing to show the prowess in the scoring, something that's been an absolute highlight every time we've seen her up on the board. Something I've probably pointed out every time I've seen her up on the board.
No, I'm still just laughing at myself for saying what I just said.
It's okay. I've had my fair share of moments.
Sayuri miles behind so far in this. And you wonder if it's the switching has been brilliant, though. She has not missed a treble 19 that she's shot at, I don't think. Might be an option just to use that as her scoring. But gets back into it a little bit. Definitely further behind than she was in leg number 1, scoring-wise.
Sayuri here, going to just look for at least a ton, leaving the 161 here. Anything else you get is extra credit on the assignment. You have to pressure just in case the 15-dart leg, potentially 14-dart leg from Hedman doesn't go.
I am so interesting in how she developed the eye close. But Hedman, 2 darts at double 8 for a 2-0 lead in this first semifinal. Double 4 and busts it instead. And that is actually a big mistake because it brings her right back to 76 and not just on a 1 or 3 darts at a double.
Yeah, but same thing here. Sayuri on the previous visit only got 15 points. Yeah. So did not do what she needed to do to really put the pressure and still might have 6 darts at it. And Hedman will.
So this is, as Hedman has 76 left again, only going to get 1 dart this time at the double. It's going to be not any darts at a double. Does leave double 8. What?
Double 18.
Yep, that's what I meant. I guess. So you're going to put some pressure on it now.
Yeah, way better on the collect there, but it might be a little too late of an effort in this given leg. You don't expect Hedman to miss this many opportunities. She certainly doesn't. Over to the 9s. And now getting more and more trouble.
It's almost like she's returning the favor to what Sayuri did in leg number 1. Can Sayuri take advantage? Treble 18.
Eyes on the prize.
Staying right there. Bullseye. I'm waiting for her to throw before she opens her eyes. Just once.
If there was someone predestined for a no-look 180.
It's Sayuri. You're not wrong. All right, double 4 for a 2-0 lead. And she busts into the wrong double.
Dita's probably the least collected we've seen her on the stage so far, just as far as the fact that, like, every time she's been up at the board, she's been so dang consistent. It's not been the case so far here.
And she pins tops, and almost surprising, as you can see, the support behind the claps from her fellow Japanese players. 1-1 scoreline.
I have to say, do love the style of the JDO jerseys that they're wearing.
Yeah, they're cool.
And I also just love the fact that you pointed out all the support from the other players. It's really nice to see, and sometimes we kind of forget to stay and watch some of our own matches here in the States, and it's a reminder that, hey, support your friends on and off the Aki.
And the Japanese community is a very loud dart fan community as well. Even in soft tip, they'll have a lot of support. So you're going to see a lot of celebrations, which is always fun. It's fun to have that atmosphere in the room, even in a floor event like the Las Vegas Classic technically is.
I love the energy in the crowds, and personally think we need to encourage that culture more and more here stateside, figure out a way to do it. And we've seen some different approaches, including adding noise machines to help encourage the players to not hear the audience noise as much. And I want to see more of that progression in the technology front to really develop the dart game there. Get the crowds going.
Here is Sayuri. Nishiguchi gets 80. It's a little flyer in dart 2. Didn't hurt anybody. And back on throw after 2 breaks to start off this match. We are live here at the Tuscany Suites and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the WDF Silver Ranking event, the Las Vegas Classic. A spot in the World Masters is on the line. This is our first semifinal.
Dita is just kind of sailing a little bit low on this go-around here on the board. Sayuri really taking advantage of the opportunity and pushing herself out in front continually and doing a good job of defending her throw here. A 2-to-1 jump will make you feel pretty comfortable as this bout continues on.
You can see the pace of play in this one is very methodical from both players. And their setup game is the same every time. And you can see first start's perfect for Sayuri. I'd love to find another. Instead, it's a 5, and Hedman, though, miles back in this leg. Needs at least 2 trebles.
Won't be able to get herself to a finish here, so 127 will be on the approach. And that's unfortunate there, as that one does fall on the floor, making the requisite turn even harder if she gets one.
Right now for the tournament, Hedman is averaging 70. Sayuri is averaging 65. So Sayuri's slightly above her average for the tournament, and Hedman is about 10 points below. So definitely a scrappier affair, and Sayuri did not do a great job setting up from the 127, only leaving 95. But unfortunately for Hedman, she's doing a little bit too much marching on the board right now.
Well, 95 will be the approach. Sayuri here with a good opening to really just get comfortable. She seems to be so far.
76 remains.
Won't take the go. Should hit the 16 for tops. Oh, a little bit too much, but that's going to be just fine.
Leaves 24.
One of the misses that doesn't matter as much.
All right, Hedman, all she can do is put some pressure on the 24. And we've seen at times Sayuri struggle on the doubles.
Hedman's just caught a cold spell in this leg. It's very uncharacteristic from what we've seen.
It does. leave a check out after the last dart hits the treble. Good cover, but Sayuri, 3 darts clear. Would like to be a touch closer than that. Double 6.
Double 6.
And it's a 2-1 lead now for Sayuri Nishiguchi, trying to pull off the upset of the defending Las Vegas Open women's champion from yesterday.
Going to take a guess on Sayuri's eye closing technique here. I've had time to ponder it, had time to see it a little bit, and this is not, it might sound like a joke. I genuinely believe that this might be the case. It's a visualization technique. I know for a fact internally in head, I've seen players get advised, hey, really picture that target when you're throwing it. I wonder if she's visualizing it in her head before actually looking at it with her eyes on the target to really help her lock in and stay focused. Definitely a unique approach to that method, but I believe that might be the case.
That's a heck of a 140 start from Sayuri. Sayuri, I apologize. And I really like that thought process. It still just is so interesting when you don't need to really visualize the target if it's right in front of you the whole way through.
But how many times have you approached the board where you know what you have to shoot, but you're not really looking at it? You're looking just in the general direction.
That's fair. So far, she is throwing brilliantly in leg number 4, attacking the headman throw.
Had been not looking so comfortable, and if anything, I'm Eve Watson. I'm chalking this one like she wasn't this kind to me.
Yeah, absolutely. You're wondering what the heck occurred previously.
Of course, it is to get to that finals point. Currently, Tracy Firetag, Tammy Dauber, 2-2 in their matchup to get to the semifinal against Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
Yeah, currently favoring both players as it's tied.
Wait a second. Is that how that works?
Yeah, I figured I'd just make fun of myself one more time for that statement earlier. There's John Maddening, and then there's John Maddening.
That's fair.
Sayuri, not the best setup play, and Dita's going to try and take advantage of that. Not going to be able to leave a finish, but another treble there would have really helped put some pressure on.
I just also find it funny. I don't think either one of these players know who John Madden is.
Absolutely not.
I was just thinking about that one. Yeah, Sayuri with a great opportunity, like you mentioned there, Sean. Should be on a finish here after 12.
Definitely will be now.
How good of a finish will it be? See, she tried to visualize, had to revisualize.
I'm going to say that that's definitely a possibility. Another possibility could just be a relaxation technique.
Could be.
Just to really ensure that she loosens up every part of her body before throwing.
Well, sound mind, sound darts.
Mm-hmm. And you never know. She could just be really, really a fan of the dart gods and just wants to pray to them before every dart,
And
which is not
above
a
all,
bad idea.
It could also just be purely instinctive and has no thought at all on the dart game. Really curious. We'll have to ask her after.
I'm interested to see how that conversation goes.
a little bit of a slower turn there, but does find 90 for a 2-dart check.
Oh, and that's a great response after the first dart. Annoyingly went into the 1. Leaves a finish, but Sayuri has to expect to have 6 darts potentially at this. She's going to go the bullseye route anyway.
She should. Hedman has hit 10-plus finishes so far on her run to this final, or to the
Bullseye.
semifinal, excuse me.
Good looking dart. This is for a break of throw as well. Hedman, the 140 to save the throw and tie it up 2 apiece. It's on. Another one of those, and that's a perfect first dart. Oh, that's unlucky.
Yeah, now just going to try to hit a big one. Does do so to leave 40. 25 now to look. Sayuri going to pin the double or single 9 for the double 8. Classic approach here. Oh, she's going 17. She nails the 17 as well. We'll get the darts at the double 4. Works as well. But now you have to find the double two. Play this aggressive. Yes, and she does. 3-1 advantage now for the Japanese pro.
And the upset alert siren is going off. Can we have our first Japanese finalist of the weekend?
She would like to think so.
Oh, that is not the start that she was looking for at all.
But again, Hedman just, I don't know if it's the pace of play. I don't think it would be the pace of play that's affecting her. I think it's just a little bit of momentary frustrations that have been lasting for too many momentaries.
I like it. Only a 21-point start. Not a must-win leg, but the last thing that you want to do is go to a last leg decider with a 2-time Masters champion and 3-time finalist at the World Art Championship.
Yeah, last thing you want to do is have her find herself in her wheelhouse. I agree with you there. I do love that with Sayuri's throw, but it's also really hard to replicate, is the fact that she brings that dart right to her shoulder, and you can see it's all follow-through that's carrying that dart. At least I actually have a little bit of a slower airspeed there. She doesn't really fire it. It's good motion, but it's not throwing hard. Gives it a nice soft approach to the board.
I'm interested. I'm going to have to talk to our good friend Richard Ashdown of how he would go about spotting for Sayuri, because he looks at eyes when he's looking at where the dart is going to go. And he's the best spotter in darts. So I'm interested to see how he would approach Sayuri's close of the eyes before throwing.
Well, I believe she does look at her target before closing the eyes and then reopen, so you just have to remember.
Okay. That's actually a good point, I guess.
Something in the Bears. So you're going to have to try to put a little bit of pressures. Hedman continuing to find her stroke more and more as this leg progresses. This is a good shot to do so. Another one of those would be great. No, not quite.
But a huge offensive leg for Hedman, and one that she has to win and break the throw, and she's doing exactly what she needs to do to set herself up beautifully for that.
It is important to remind herself that Hedman got into this position mostly off missed doubles that then led to slow scoring, though. So Sayuri going to just have to make sure she leaves a finish to challenge this. She will leave a finish, and it might be a good one at that. All over the bed, 80 scored so far. And wanted to hit at least a single on the last, leave the 1-2-2 check.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate miss because it makes it way harder. 66 left. Gonna go the bullseye route. Bullseye. Ooh, drags it low into the 7. So she'll come back with 43 if she returns. We'll see if Sayuri goes the double-double route by starting on the treble 19. She's probably going to start up top.
Yeah, I don't mind her starting up there with how well she has been hitting the 20 bet, especially on the first.
Well, gets rid of the 7.
43 now. Hedman finally making headway once again over to the double 16. Needs to work in on that dart. Don't give this opportunity. She knows it.
She does. She does give the opportunity to Sayuri Nishiguchi for the match. Gonna go the 20s.
Oh,
Ideally.
And you can see based off her reaction, she knows.
Treble 19 can still save it. Does get the treble 19. Double 16 for the match and a huge upset. And it's just on the outside wire. It was a great dart at it. One match dart come and gone for Sayuri Nishiguchi. Will she get more in this match? Never guaranteed.
Well inside on the first. Dita needs to settle in and does do so. And that's been a kind of what we've seen out of her doubles. She hasn't been able to hit one she's gone right at. She's always hit the following one after. Going to be a tough go for her here, though. Needs to get settled and control her throw as she's starting to look comfortable again on that board.
The Caribbean Queen does the first job of breaking the throw. And now she's trying to do the second job of holding her throw here. Nice 140 start.
Yeah, the one missed match dart looming overhead. Can't pay it too much mind. You're focusing on trying to get the break despite the excellent start from the Caribbean Queen.
And I'd argue that the closer Hedman gets to Nishiguchi, the tighter Nishiguchi's arm is going to start to get, the more pressure is going to be put on those shoulders. Even though, if this does go the distance, Nishiguchi will have the throw in that last leg decider.
Yeah, but last league deciders are always the toughest, where it feels like throw or not, you're under pressure. Good rebound on the turn there, 95. But Dita in full control of her throw. So right now, you can see continuing to fight along here. Only 60 on the score, a little bit of a slowdown, but no alarm bells for that, as it does leave the 161. Sayuri going to have to just continue to close on that distance.
To update you really quickly on the quarterfinal match that is still ongoing out there in this event. Tammy Dauber on 32 to send it to a last leg decider.
Tammy Dauber missing 6 darts for the match so far. Or excuse me, Tracy Firetag missing 6 darts for the match so far.
Have I told you how much I love Dart Connect?
Big fan of it.
Yeah, I mean, what did people do commentary-wise before Dart Connect? Did they have to go out there and talk to people?
Explain Dart Connect to a caveman.
Never can, but it will go to a last leg decider in that top 8 match. Firetag will have the throw.
72 left. Dita's just going to have to try to recompose here. Is going to do so very well as she goes over to the 16s. Nails it there. 78 with no doubt in mind. Sayuri needs to control her throw in this last leg decider, as that was a beautiful 15 dart leg from Hedman.
All right, here we go. Who is going to be a finalist in this Las Vegas Classic WDF silver ranking event? The start, so important, and Sayuri knows it and knows that she has given up the darts already to Hedman with only a start of 31.
Hedman still needs to capitalize on that opportunity given. Does do so on the second dart. How much damage will get done? A fair amount, but not too much. You have to reconsider this and say, okay, you know what? Actually, I'm just going against the darts. And approach it from that point of view.
Good last from Sayuri, just to stay really in touch. Great first start from Hedman. Can follow that. Does so. 1-2-1 scored. So far, attacking the throw beautifully.
Yeah, Hedman, again, back to the form we would expect to see her at. Just that drought was at such an awkward timing for her that almost cost her the match. As she did have to fade one match dart. Sayuri not out of this affair yet, though. Still fighting along in this.
That dart's a bit of an awkward one now. Definitely going to switch down.
Yeah, it was doing more damage than help sitting above the 20 bed.
And now a couple of trebles will put Sayuri back in the driver's seat.
Play for that 140 for 156. At the very least, try to get to 196, right? Not going to be able to do so now. Can she close this distance down for a setup turn on the next? That's going to be frustrating.
Yeah, not quite enough there. Unlucky to hit that corner pocket of the treble one. And again, opportunities being given back and forth. Shaky last leg.
Yeah, and one of these things where I feel like you're going to get a reprieve if you're one of these two players. Eventually, you're going to capitalize on these errant darts.
Not on a finish yet. Hedman 6 darts at least from 199. Setup play here, all important.
Going to be decent.
Big last to leave 102.
And now 198, you're going to have to chop away. Hope to get yourself to a 2-dart finish. That's about all you can do. All you can really ask for.
A couple trebles here is huge on pressure. Already going to put a little bit on the 102.
Yeah,
I like the switch.
Yeah, you want to guarantee the 2-dart finish there. It was already kind of congested in that 20 bed, but 102 in Hedman's wheelhouse here. Should get a dart at a double there. 10. Goes high.
6 for 36. And drags it over into the 1, I believe. So, Sayuri, 100 left.
This is doable. This is obtainable.
First dart so important. And it goes in the treble. Tops for a huge upset. One more dart in hand. Great marker.
And it doesn't go. That's 2 more mismatched darts. 3 in this matchup here. Hedman has a shot at 35 to save the run now. Who's already missed 1 match dart herself.
It'll be 2 darts at double 16.
Over to the 32 it goes. It's not been her friend in this matchup so far. She's gone to the 8 almost every single time. And this is another one of those times where it doesn't go. Sayuri, back to the board.
Has been really good at tops so far in this match. Can she just stay relaxed? Her entire throw is built off of being relaxed in this situation. She just has to do her thing. You can see she's smiling almost at the pressure. And she pins tops to defeat Hedman in a huge upset. We have a Japanese finalist in this Las Vegas Classic. Huge upset for Sayuri Nishiguchi. Wow. And look at look at her friends in the background. That's amazing.
The crowd's loving every bit of it. An absolutely excellent play there. Sayuri does fade a couple of darts there and gets a good opportunity.
I love it.
And a well-deserved finalist there, as actually Tracy Firetech does best Tammy Dauber right at the same time here. You can see all the high fives, all the high spirits out there, all the JDO players in support.
Wow. What an upset. And our second semifinal is now set, ready to go. Our second quarter, or yeah, semifinal, I apologize. Tracy Firetag will take on Rianne O'Sullivan. I've said it right all weekend long, and then all of a sudden. Rianne O'Sullivan, Tracy Firetag, the 1 seed versus the 4 seed, will be coming your way next. Don't go anywhere. Sean Green, Nick Teixeira, Will Stewart of USA Darts Productions, live at the Las Vegas Classic. Back right after this.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store With over 10,000 different products, we create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
What is the purpose of the Vertex stand? This product is made by Winmore, and they have solved 3 different problems. Number 1, when you don't want to permanently mount a dartboard. Number 2, when you can't drill into your walls. And number 3, when you want to travel with a dartboard. Not everyone wants a dartboard permanently mounted into a wall. Perhaps you just want to bust out the dartboard occasionally to entertain friends or family. The Vertex stand is perfect because you don't drill into the wall, you simply lean it against a flat surface. This is easily the most convenient product I've ever seen that you can set up or tear down super fast for portability. In minutes, you can have everything packed and ready to go with you for your next darts tournament or a friend's house or even camping. You can lean this bad boy up against a tree. On top of all of that, I love the idea of being able to easily travel with a dartboard. This thing is awesome. I was given it just to review, but believe me when I say it is not going back to A to Z Darts. They can try to pry it out of my hands.
So today we're going to learn how to throw a dart. In each turn of darts, you get 3 darts to throw. So with all 3 darts in your non-throwing hand, step up to the toe line. If you're right-handed, put your right foot on the line. Lefties, left foot. This isn't baseball, so you want the same foot forward as your throwing arm, not the opposite. Usually the toe line is set so that your foot will be right up to the front edge of the line, not behind it. This toe line is also known as the Aki. The position of your front foot is usually at an angle to the line, to some degree. Your back foot should be a little bit wider than shoulder width away from the front. Put 1 dart in your throwing hand while holding on to the other 2 darts in your other hand. Looking at the dartboard, focus in on a spot you want to hit. To start, let's look right at the bullseye. As you stare at your target, lean forward, bring the dart up and draw it back towards your eye. Throw the dart by moving your hand and forearm towards your target, keeping everything else as still as possible. Hold your position while transferring the second dart to your throwing hand and repeat your throw. Once you've thrown all 3 darts, your turn is complete and you can retrieve your darts from the board. And yes, it will take some practice to get the dart to go where you're aiming. It's not as easy as the pros make it look. But with practice, I guarantee your accuracy will get better, and I tell you, there's nothing better than having 3 darts go exactly where you wanted them to. If you've already been throwing darts and have had success with something slightly different than what I've just explained, great, fantastic. As long as it works for you, no problem. Just keep in mind that any extra movement in your throw will make it harder for you to hit your target consistently. As a beginner, just try to get all 3 darts to land in the same area. As you build your confidence, you can narrow down your target, getting all 3 darts to land in one number, say, like the 20s.
Tell by the way they're scoring, there may be nothing in it. One man misses, does the other man get? Yes! Double 12! That is the most amazing left you will ever see in your life! I can't stay! 12, and the 9 Dart King lands another one! Covered by Team Michael. Double 12, back going! Michael is complete. Incredible stuff. The world #1 is world champion.
Throwing 23-gram Cali West Colonial steel tip barrels. Her favorite checkout is 108. Coincidentally, Will Stewart recently did a video series, 4 ways to check 108. So many people voted Shanghai on the 18s, but Callie prefers the 419s for double 16. So we're going to go that method in honor of her. Here's attempt number 1. Ah, so that did not fly. There's your treble. Attempt.
Welcome back to the Las Vegas Classic WDF Silver Ranking event live in Las Vegas, Nevada as a part of the Las Vegas Open weekend. I'm Sean Green, joined by Nick Teixeira. Nick, we got a great second semifinal. Awaiting the winner of this one is Sayuri Nishiguchi, who just upset Dita Hedman in that first semifinal.
Yeah, it was an incredible showing from Sayuri, really showing that she was in it. Even when it got away from her and Dita started getting match starts, she fought, and got the win at the end of the day. But, of course, both of these ladies want to make a big claim. Rianne O'Sullivan, of course, making a run to the finals, losing to Dita, and Tracy trying to get her first appearance in a final this weekend.
Yeah, Tracy has cashed in every single event that she's played in this weekend so far. A phenomenal player from the East Coast. Team DJD player for a very long time. And definitely not a situation that she is unused to.
And Tracy just had a close affair against Tammy Dauber, where it was a 4-3 matchup at the end of that one there. But did come out on top. Tammy Dauber besting Paula Murphy in the run before that. Pretty lethal section of the bracket, it seems.
This is another situation where averages alone put the favorite heavily with the number 1 seed, Rianne O'Sullivan. She's averaging 78 so far for the tournament. On fire tag, only a 57. So that's a massive separation.
You're not going to put anything else as Rianne should be the favorite in this matchup, even with 9 darts being a little subpar to get things going here. She's absolutely a talented player. She has done plenty of accomplishments and is planning to do plenty of more. Again, already making a finals in that gold event. So Tracy knows she's going to have to play up. And the hard part about doing that is making sure you're not overexerting at the opportunity to do so.
The dreaded 38 from Rianne there. She hits the trebles on the neighbors, and then, of course, just the single 20. And Tracy already switching to the 19 segments to point on. She does that quite often.
So fire tag going to continue to just push on front. A 1-point separation after 15 darts.
This is a first of 4 legs, the second semifinal. Will it be an all-international final with Rianne O'Sullivan taking on Sayuri? Or will the American Tracy Firetag represent the United States here in this Las Vegas Classic?
Well, as Americans in America, it's hard to not have a slight little bias towards wanting to see Tracy make the run. But, again, Rianne looking for a little bit of revenge from yesterday, falling short in that final. So it's hard to bet against her, too. You know what? I'm just going to hope for a good match and for Sean to say something silly on the microphone at some point.
Well, I can tell you the second thing will for sure happen. The big fish, not going to go. O'Sullivan, even in a very slack first leg against the throw, will have an opportunity to break right here. Going to start on the 18s. Treble 20. Would have left the bullseye. Goes the 25 segment just to even it out anyway.
Clean it up a little bit and then also say, I wonder if I would have hit the bull.
And unfortunately, Tracy did not really set this up as well as she would have liked, but that's a good marker. Does find it 32, so double 16. Oh, almost hit the 112 checkout, which would have held her throw in leg number 1.
Said O'Sullivan should get 2 darts here. Now at double 10.
Yeah, and this has been the masterful part of Rhiannon O'Sullivan's game. Her finishing, her 2-dart combinations, time and time again, we've seen it cleaned up nicely with treble to double combinations from her.
Well, we've also just seen great performance from all of our Welsh players in general, right? O'Sullivan had the best topper in that top 8 match, and then Eve Watson got bested by Hedman in hers top 8 match. So 3 of the top 8, all from Wales.
And that's a 133 start from Firetag. Again, not a stranger to just switching her scoring segment to the 19s. I'd expect that to continue at this point.
Firetag, friends of the 19s. It's actually pretty common for North American players to have a strong preference. We see it with Paula Murphy as well, a little bit more than you would see from our international audience and players.
Yeah, and on the men's side, Stowe Bunce is another player that will be quick to change the scoring segment to the 19s. He led the CDC this past year in 171s. Tracy, a great first start.
Change is one thing. Starting on them is another.
True.
Because if that's the case, Littler's probably one of the best 19 cover shot players there is.
Littler's one of the best at everything that there is.
That is true. Even FIFA.
I've not heard that rumor. Going to go back up. Leaves the big fish once again.
Good board management there, though. New to play for the switch. Not going to take too many risks here.
Rapid fire, Rhiannon O'Sullivan again gets another 140. So the 170, not going to go again.
You can see a little bit of frustrations on the second dart there. Only getting down to the little fish from the big one. 109 has an opportunity to go. It will not.
Chris Lim defeats Jeff Springer in the top 32 on the men's side. So yesterday's finalist in the gold event is out. David Cameron about to go up against Dustin Holt in the top 32. Dave Prinz up 3-0 on Krikorian in the top 32. Leonard Gates, Garrett French 2-2 scoreline. David Fathom, Alex Spellman 3-2 lead for Fathom in the top 32.
Rhiannon Sullivan a 2-0 lead in this one.
Sorry about that. I apologize. This is a race to 4.
See, Firetag has a little bit of a hop to her throw there. A lot of times when you see players have that kick on the back end, it's usually at the same time they're releasing that dart. That's what that reminder is for subconsciously.
Yeah, just almost make sure that you follow through all the way. And another great 95 from Firetag. We can see the difference there. O'Sullivan dead steady. No motion whatsoever. About as simple as it gets.
Yeah, very solid play there. Can't really falter on much of her action. If you did, you'd be wrong to do so.
Ram Guevara up 2-0 on Ryan Ocampo in the top 32. The men's side of things.
Definitely interesting to see how that side of the board is going, but Rhiannon, beautiful 140 there. Excited to see how the men will take on, though, when we do switch to our coverage of the silver event after the finals here of the women's.
Yeah, this is the Las Vegas Classic. And that's another 140. So back-to-back 140s for O'Sullivan.
Who's on a mission.
And this is another attack, a throw, a fire tag. who is starting to run out of time here in the semifinal. It's important to remember that it's also, you're trying just to, as an American player, U.S. player, just get the most points possible in these silver and gold events. Just trying to keep yourself in the driver's seat, because that's another way to earn a spot at the Lakeside World Championships.
Order of merit. Keyword merit, right? You have to earn those opportunities.
Is that why that's called that?
That's why it's at least not called that.
Well, I've learned two things out of you just recently. First of all, how syntax works in sentences. And then secondly, whatever you said before that. As that one goes in, 17 dart, break of throw for O'Sullivan. Now in the driver's seat, 3-0 lead. In a potential battle with Sayuri Nikaguchi.
Nishiguchi.
I apologize.
It's okay. I played a lot more Japanese RPGs than you have.
That's why as soon as you wrote down the pronunciation of her first name, I just went with you.
Normally, I'm really bad at the pronunciation game, though, so don't worry.
Hey. We're all good at certain things.
Mine's Japanese RPGs, apparently.
I will say that Tracy moving to the 19s for scoring has helped tremendously get her back into the legs, but O'Sullivan is just on a different level right now. Finding at least one treble every turn.
Yeah, playing some of her top form. We know what her top form really is, which is above 72. But the play, the style in this matchup is pretty much spot on for what she needs. Tracy's feeling the heat the entirety of this matchup.
You can see Rhiannon is just focused on herself right now. Not going to be happy with this round. Only 26 scored. Starting to get a little late for breakfast, especially in the UK.
It's never too late for breakfast.
Shout out to our entire audience watching along with us this entire weekend. We cannot tell you how much we appreciate the support you've given these players in this event. Make sure to hit that subscribe button for every time USA Darts goes live.
Sullivan to do setup duty here to be on a finish after 15 will do so with the 139 leave.
Fire tag needs at least one big treble. And now that is not going to happen. And Rhiannon O'Sullivan, at least 6 starts from 139 for a spot in the final.
Just going to be setting up now. Returning with 80. Tracy has to put some heat on this.
Needs at least 2 trebles to really pressure. It's going to be tougher now after that first start.
Yeah, you can see the frustrations in this moment. Tracy not happy with it.
Well, her average is not where she wants it to be here in the semifinal. Would have loved to pressure a little bit more. But O'Sullivan, for the match, does pin tops for the 80 checkout. And Rhiannon O'Sullivan makes her second WDF ranking final of the weekend, this time in the Las Vegas Classic. Great darts from Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
Yeah, very dominant performance on the board there. Just looked comfortable the whole time. Not really any questions of her ability, not any questions of the game state even. She knew she had a job to do and does get it done. Also, I just want to say, I love that when we do the replay there, the fade into ghosts after. It's one of my absolute favorite things every single time. Guys, I'm excited to see this final. Sayuri is going to be taking on Rhiannon, which should be a beautiful affair for the silver finals here at the Las Vegas Open at the Tuscany Suites and Casino. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Sean Green and Will Stewart. We'll be back with the final in just a moment's time.
Welcome back to the Las Vegas Classic, a WDF silver ranking event. This is the final, featuring Rhiannon O'Sullivan taking on Sayuri Nishiguchi. I'm Sean Green, joined by Nick Teixeira. Nick, thanks for being my partner in comms this weekend.
Hey, happy to make a great pairing between the two of us here. It should be a great pairing in our final between these ladies. And it's going to be a wonderful showing. Sayuri making a little bit of a surprise upset there. Of course, if you ask any of the JDO fans, they're going to say, that's not a surprise to us. But great performance by her over Hedman to make headway to this final.
Yeah, it was a 4-3 victory. for Sayuri. Pinned tops to get the job done, averaging 64 in the process. Rhiannon O'Sullivan has been a different beast today, though. Number one in the averages and has been in fuego this entire event. She averaged 82 in the quarterfinals against Leanne Topper, 71.5 against Tracy Firetag in that semifinal that we just watched, 76 against Renee Ripple in the top 16. In the top 32, Mandy Smith, she beat 4-0 with an 80 average.
Unfortunate bounce out there on the last start. Only 25 on the score. Rhiannon O'Sullivan going to be looking to make some magic happen here. Like you said, in dominant form, has been playing very well.
Sayuri's had a couple of high average matches, including almost a 70 in the quarterfinals against Wendy Ryan Stadler to beat her. So it is definitely in her wheelhouse to compete in this final. It's off to a slow start, but it's on Rhiannon's throw. And a reminder, it is a boost in the format. First of 5 legs here in the final.
So far, the power scoring of O'Sullivan has been an early note. It was a note in her last matchup. Tracy Firetag, a 4-0 defeat there, and no questions about that defeat as Rhiannon just looked in sharp form. Sayuri was also in similar top-level performance, but just got a little bit tight towards the end. Still was able to come out on top, though.
A reminder, we also have the men's going on currently. 1-3-5. Great setup play to leave 16.
And Sayuri just going to try to hit 100 to leave the 170 here. On good track to do so. Needs to keep the start straight. And I say that because her darts on the third one have been typically going left.
And it does pull into the treble 5 there. O'Sullivan does pin the bottom corner pocket. Don't call that dart baby, as it is a 1-0 lead for O'Sullivan, and it's just a hold a throw, but it's a massive statement, 16 darter right out the gate.
Early frustrations there. You can see making a big reaction as that first start got away, and a little bit of a haywire turn to get things going in leg number 2. Oh, and that's definitely going to feel like a haywire turn. Every time her darts fall on the floor, she scored 25. That's twice.
Yeah, for those of you just joining us that did not watch the semifinal with Sayuri Nishiguchi, she does close her eyes right before throwing every single dart. It is a very unique action in her throw, and one that you do not see very often at all. It definitely worked for her in that semifinal.
It's one of those things where you almost wonder if that started based off a dare, right? In the sense that, like, I know for a fact I've, with friends in casual matches, have said, so do you exhale or inhale when you're throwing the dart? Maybe she's like, yeah, I close my eyes before and then open them right as I throw.
You can see the form itself is just beautiful. And she's been covering very well. We noticed that in the semifinal, her cover shots on those 19s, many times hitting 2 trebles while doing so. And on the reverse side of things, Rhiannon O'Sullivan has been solid in every facet.
Smile on her face here, but knows she has work to do in this matchup. Does do so on that given turn, finding the 137.
Yeah, puts herself back in the leg. But O'Sullivan, another 140 to leave 100 after 12. O'Sullivan is firing on all cylinders. Of course, a former PDC Women's Series champion.
Hey, quite the honorific to hold. And, of course, a finalist we saw yesterday in the gold event.
Yeah, currently ranked number 5 in the world on the women's WDF rankings.
You can definitely understand why with her performance.
Yeah, not as much there. Only 40 scored. Sayuri can put some pressure on after leaving just the bogey on 168.
Still going to be an outside opportunity only.
88 left. She can go at the treble or she can go at the 16s. She stayed there and again pulls it into the 5.
It's almost every single time if she's missing that dart, it's to the left. That might be for not. Oh, well, it will come into play now. 73 shot for Sayuri.
And that's a gift because O'Sullivan has been so brilliant on those doubling finishes.
14. We'll get a shot at the bullseye. Or up tops, excuse me.
And pins tops the Sayuri Nishiguchi. And it is a 1-1 scoreline. Hold a throw. Necessary hold a throw. And even though there's 15 points in the difference in the averages, the scoreline's 1 apiece in this first to 5 leg final.
Sorry, guys, I hit the wrong button on my calculator. Now, good grab of the leg there, especially with the fact that O'Sullivan's averaging almost 20 points higher. It just shows that as long as you have control on your throw, get your handful of opportunities and take them. Sometimes you have to fade a couple from O'Sullivan, but Sayuri absolutely capable of making the run here, and I don't think she's worth counting out. You need to know that she thinks she's going to win, and she has every right to think that. She just beat Hedman.
Yeah, and did so with a lot of nerves and being able to control them at the end of it. And again, great cover shot on the 19. Another 2 treble visit. Has been so impressive. Even with Rianne firing on a lot of cylinders right now. Almost 8 points on her average in the final for Rianne. But Sayuri's staying with her. Almost walked that third dart. Did you see that?
Yeah, a little bit there. It was definitely a frustrating moment for her. As O'Sullivan, on the other hand, again, so dominant in her game against Tracy, it's hard to doubt that. And then a 401 over topper the round before that. She has just been very comfortable on the stage today. She's been very comfortable in her matches in the last few rounds. It's hard to question her ability to not win the title when she got so close yesterday.
In the men's side of things, the defending champion is out. Jeff Smith losing to Aaron Jalbert, father of Asia Jalbert, 4-2 in the top 32.
Like father, like daughter. Or like daughter, like father. In that case.
And yesterday's champion is out in the gold event. David Cameron loses to Dustin Holt 4-3.
Yeah, our field reporter Jason Bernard letting us know that it happened with Dustin Holt taking out an 80 against him in that final leg.
Another big upset. Alex Spellman is out. Loses to David Fadum 4-3 in the top 32.
Sayuri with an opportunity for 110 on the break of throw here.
Huge opportunity. You know, switch to the 18s. She does. Double 18 for a huge 110 checkout and a break of throw. Oh, and just goes inside. It was a good look, but the 90 not guaranteed. Oh, and she went that route. Yeah, I don't like that.
She nailed the treble 12 earlier. Doesn't mean that she was going to nail it there for sure, and I think that is a little bit of a mistake. Rare one from O'Sullivan. Misjudging the situation potentially.
And the double 9 does fall. Sayuri Nishiguchi continues to impress and is now in control of the match. That's a break of throw of O'Sullivan. I'm wondering if Rianne's going to question her decision to go the 18s on 90 left instead of the 20 route to ensure a shot at the bowl. And again, I love the facial reactions of Sayuri. She throws the first 2 darts in the 5 and just starts smiling at it.
She's having an absolute blast up there, isn't she?
She's got to feel like she's playing with house money here in Las Vegas.
Even then, still has eyes on the prize. At least sometimes she has the eyes on the prize.
I'm going to start doing that type of throw. Everybody at home who's watching along, Try it on your board. See what happens.
I do love mimicking and trying out different throws to see. Yeah, like I wonder how that feels to try to release a dart like that. Her actual throw is everything. I don't know if I could even get myself to close the eyes properly and throw. It's seriously impressive though to have a habit like that and to be able to play as well as she does with it. It's something that is one of those things where it's unadvisable to some, doesn't mean that it's unadvisable to her.
Sayuri's eye shut. So far working against the number 1 seed and the 5th ranked player in the world for the WDF rankings. And I said in the world.
See, just consistently finds that elbow positioning there, does a little dip, and then just throws right on through. Beautiful arc to her follow through. Sullivan still leading the fray in this one here, but Sayuri with her throw should be on a finish after this visit. Will be on a finish after this visit. Again, pulling to the left on that last start there. 85 scored. Could have done more damage. Sullivan leaving the 120 on the potential return.
Goes the 17 routes on the 142, which we're starting to see more often. It does not work for her. Now she's making a mess of this setup play and not going to put a lot of pressure at all on O'Sullivan to break right back. Shanghai.
She'll get a dart for double top. Does do it. Finds the Shanghai for O'Sullivan. Now making this 2-2 in this matchup here.
I always love when it's named beautifully, as that is a kidnapping of leg number 4 and of the throw, as we're back on throw with Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
Rhiannon back onto the treble 20s as well, it seems. Finding 1-2-1 to get things going. Her scoring bursts have just been nothing short of impressive. Her and Hedman were the ones hitting the biggest back-to-back multi-treble visits, and O'Sullivan's doing it really well today.
You can also see Nishiguchi almost side-eyes the board a little bit more. You can see her eye blinks with both eyes with the side angle, which is interesting, right? Her face is facing more away from the board than you would typically see. Very much uses her right eye dominance in the throw.
Yeah, and something that, again, she does very well. The eye-closing comments are, of course, mostly superfluous as we really focus on the fact that she does have good technique. She has good throw. She's playing well, and she's currently 2-2 in a silver final. Sullivan going to try to leave a finish here. 45 on the turn. Didn't take advantage of the bull. Didn't need to take advantage of the bull. Sayuri back at 374. Good collect on last, though. Still finding that ever so helpful cover shot in the 19s. Not enough to really do too much headway in this leg, though.
And the setup play from O'Sullivan is going to be beautifully done. Leaves tops after 15 for a chance to take back control of this final.
And a good last start there. Does find the 20. Sullivan, though, like you said, poised to get the lead here. Does do so. 3-2 advantage. 2 legs left to go.
Number 1 seed trying to get the job done. Sayuri right back into the treble 20s. And almost gets the maximum, but it's a 1-2-1. O'Sullivan trying to match it. I believe got a 135. 95 scored instead. Let's give a huge shout out to our chalker, Russ Lysak, dad of Lane, that we saw earlier in this tournament.
Yeah, did chalk the other gold finals as well. Quite good at it, you have to say.
Yeah, he did joke with me that he has made 3 finals this weekend.
It's more than I've made ever in Las Vegas.
Made mention that Lane is jealous of that. Sayuri doing her job so far in this leg.
Yeah, just with the flow of the match, again, very methodical throw. Not the slowest pace throw I've ever seen on the Aki, but one that definitely has a stark contrast to O'Sullivan's, who has no nonsense. Almost no time between when that foot touches the Aki and when that dart leaves her hand. It's actually one of my favorite things to see. I'm a player myself where I like to take my time to get that extra setup in before actually throwing the dart. But it's hard to play against if you're a player that likes a certain pace to the match, as the bull does not go for Sayuri.
Yeah, it's one thing that we have not really mentioned, the methodical throw of Sayuri versus the rapid pace of Rianne. Typically, it favors the more methodical player if they're able to keep their pace, which Sayuri absolutely is doing.
Yeah, I have to agree there.
61 left.
Now, of course, O'Sullivan is a player that has played at the high level for a while now and is not going to be phased by a different pace of play.
Sayuri went to 25 to leave 36. And only 60 for Rianne. So Sayuri should have 2 clear darts and a double to tie this back up in the final.
Yeah, in close pursuit here. Looking for the double top. And nails it immediately there. No real hesitation at all. Again, a 10-point difference in average, yet all of a sudden, we're still 3-3 here. O'Sullivan to try to get to match point first, though, with the throw.
Great darts from Sayuri, who continues to impress and just be up for this challenge, even with Rianne throwing extremely well at an 81 average so far.
Well, Rianne throwing a 4-0, 4-0 as her last 2 matches, you just kind of expected her to not necessarily roll over Sayuri in this match, but to be further ahead than Chalk 6 legs in. You can see all the different players coming in the background to support. If you're wondering where that giant JDO audience is right now, a majority of them actually currently playing in matches, but as soon as their matches are finished, they've been trickling in the background here as there's other brackets going.
This is actually a fact that we have not mentioned so far. Rianne O'Sullivan, heading into the final, had not lost a leg.
Really?
Really?
I knew the last 2. I knew
Yeah.
she was 8-0 in the last 2.
Yeah, as soon as you mentioned that, I went back to check, and yeah, she was perfect up to this point. Sayuri has taken 3, and that's the only 3 that so far Rianne has lost in this in this tournament.
So if O'Sullivan loses 5 legs on the day, it means she lost in the final.
Yep. How crazy would that be?
It would be quite insane, as on 161 after 9, by the way, it was on a potential 12.
Yeah,
Sayuri not contesting this leg as O'Sullivan looked poised to get that match point advantage.
Yeah, Rianne is averaging 100 in this leg so far. Would love to take out the 101 for 15, just to make a little statement. 81 left, treble 19, or treble 15. Just going to set it up beautifully. Leaves 36. All Sayuri can do is try and hit multiple trebles of the big variety. And does cover nicely.
Yeah, those 19s have been beautiful for her. I mean, she's been switching to them almost perfectly, and it might come into play here, as that was O'Sullivan going well inside on the double 9.
Sayuri has not gone the tops route so far. She's stayed at top first start in these situations. Does so again. 51 left.
It's going to apply pressure to the situation here. But now O'Sullivan gets a redemption shot here at the double 4. And she's all over it. It doesn't go. That's going to be frustrating here, as Sayuri has a chance to break to go into the to a match point scenario.
And Sayuri has been fantastic on tops, and is so once again, and is now in control of the match. 4-3 lead in a race to 5 for Sayuri Nishiguchi. Another potential upset. She would have beaten the number 2 seed and the number 1 seed to win this title if she does so.
And you can hear the crowd starting to get a little bit louder, a little bit in their chants there from the JDO supporters. As Sayuri knows she has a job to do. She knows she needs to get it done here. She does not want to go to another last leg nervy affair like she did against Hedman.
And again, let's point out just the impressive situation we have brewing. In the semifinal, it was the 1 seed versus the 4 seed, and the 2 seed versus the unseeded Sayuri Nishiguchi, the only unseeded player to even make the quarterfinal. Well, second. Leanne Topper also made the quarterfinal as an unseeded player.
Mm-hmm.
But that just shows the impressiveness of what is occurring. The WDF 5th-ranked player in the world in trouble in the silver ranking event, the Las Vegas Classic, which is setting up to be an absolute classic.
It certainly is. Sayuri just doing everything right at the moment. And O'Sullivan not doing much wrong. There was a couple of errant darts towards the end of checkouts that's been costing her in a leg and match that otherwise looked like it was completely in her favor. Thoroughly impressed with the resilience from the Japanese player.
And after this, we go straight into coverage of the men's Las Vegas Classic. So don't go anywhere at the conclusion of this final. Only 45. When do you start thinking about the finish line? Yeah, I know you shouldn't, but when do you start doing so automatically?
After I've won or lost the match is the correct answer, as you pointed out there. You're going to be thinking about it once you get into a setup range.
Now, right?
Yeah. At this point, you're thinking, okay, I have to get myself this opportunity. I have to take this opportunity. And shanks that first. Again, missing to the left. If she misses the 20, it's to the left every single time.
Yeah, that one was worse. Oh, my goodness. She is definitely thinking about this finish line right now.
Yeah, this is very uncharacteristic of the performance we've seen so far.
Understandable in this situation, but she's got to find control. That was a spread out 26.
Well, Sullivan effectively taking the darts now. What will she do with them? She'll pepper the 20s.
And did not switch and leaves a bogey. That is a big mistake, as it gives now Sayuri 6 darts for the match automatically.
Sayuri does find the treble 20 there. She's going to have a pretty good finish at this leave. Does get to a 2-dart finish at 91 here. Sullivan on the bogey, as you mentioned there, Sean, in some trouble.
For the massive upset, Sayuri Nishiguchi, 91 left. Treble 17. Misses it, can still save it. Treble 18. Or sorry, treble 20 will leave double 14 for the title. Just a bit outside, which is understandable, but will she be back? O'Sullivan must hit this 106, and she's going to get a dart.
Oh, no. Wait a second. Rolls the shoulders there. That was an intense moment. 26. Leonard Gates special here in Las Vegas. Doesn't go. Sayuri with another opportunity at 28. A chance to hold the title. A chance to get the upset done again. The unseeded player on a quest. It's almost destiny in her darts. on the 14. Needs to work in. It's going to be a little bit awkward. All over the wire. She needs to use her force of will, command the dart to go into the double, and doesn't do so.
Wow. Threw fantastic darts at it. You could see, again, she shows pressure by smiling. And she did that through all 3 of those darts. And unlucky. Now the 13, and she busts. Oh, my goodness. Another opportunity for Sayuri.
You can see it. She's tapping her chest.
I mean, she threw great darts there on all 4, or on 3. Can she get this one to count? Double 14.
She needs to settle. She's doing so well at it. She's all over. It has to go.
Oh, that was as snatchy as it gets. Double 7.
Doesn't go. The match is getting to her a little bit. The pressure of the moment is getting to her a little bit. You can see shaking her hands. O'Sullivan, confirming the darts outside, is in disbelief at the situation and gives herself a little bit of a roar as we're going to a last league decider, Sean Green.
Yeah. Oh. Almost pulled the Scott Hanish. Rhiannon O'Sullivan will have the throw in the last league decider. Did Sayuri Nishiguchi give it away on those misses on the double 14? We will find out here soon. But if you're Rhiannon O'Sullivan, this is a shark smelling blood in the water.
Well, if you're Sayuri, you're thinking, well, I did mismatch darts in a 3-1 advantage against Dita Hedman, so maybe it's just a good sign for me altogether. Although that was one in a scrappy last leg decider. She can't be scrappy here. She needs this to be perfection or dang near it.
And matching 45 starts. I'm expecting this to be an absolute scrapper of a last leg decider as the pressure building for both.
Just big, deep breaths. Everyone has their own tick, their own idiosyncrasy that really helps them try to stay calm when they're playing in moments like these. But it doesn't matter what trick you have, you know your heart's racing. Final going the distance. What else could you ask for here?
I mean, and I'm telling you, this is a edge of your seat. They're both performing very well up to this point. There's been missed match starts. There's been missed doubles. And there's been a lot of powerful scoring. That first start in there for Sayuri needs another one, you think.
That's a solid scoring round, but you expected it to be the first real big strike. Instead, it was just a moderate jab.
Right now, every treble, big treble, is gold in this last leg decider. Every single one.
Continuing to fight down to the wire here. No one on a breakaway yet. Sayuri is taking the darts, though, from O'Sullivan. Starting to run with him just a little bit here.
2:20 after 12. Sullivan going to regroup a little bit.
It's easy to get caught up in the antics of the moment. I like it when she slows herself down. Those darts were a lot more collected out of her.
Yeah, and especially because she was throwing before Sayuri was getting past her, and she's in her peripheral vision with her exiting that side. So I like that really well, but this is a beautiful first start. A 140 is huge here from Sayuri. And it is a big 140. She's on 80 after 15. All O'Sullivan can do is put pressure on the 80.
Sayuri once again finding herself out in front in a scenario where, you know, she needs the extra darts. She felt the pressure last time. You saw her shaking her hands. You saw her pantomiming towards her chest. Well, now your heart's still racing and you still have to hit the shot, girl.
Just got to stay straight to leave a dart at your favorite double. We'll do that. Tops for the title. Will she come back? O'Sullivan, an outside shot on the 135, which will start on the bowl.
Yeah, she has to make sure to maximize every bit of this throw here. You can't leave anything to chance. She does find the 25 up to the 20.
That's a good marker, too, on the bowl. Doesn't get it.
Well sunk on that dart. 3 at double top here. Sayuri, once again, your destiny is calling. Are you here to answer? The double top stands in your way. Your favorite double on the dartboard. Right on the wire. Good marking dart. Pulls it down over to the double 10. Once again, having trouble at the finish line. Doesn't cross the line once again. More match darts missed.
Rhiannon O'Sullivan, 86. It might only be one dart at the bull. It is not. She misses the big target, and this is a big moment once again for Sayuri Nishiguchi. More match darts incoming. She might not get any more. She's got to hit it this here. Double 10 for the win. Just inside. Double 5. She likes tops. She's just got to stay loose. Maybe the dart automatically goes outside. Yeah. Attack right now for the title. And it just goes on the other side of the wire outside. Rhiannon O'Sullivan gets 2.
And so many missed opportunities. It's starting to eat at her alive. Was that her last opportunity at the dartboard? It was her last opportunity as Rhiannon O'Sullivan gets it done, surviving countless match darts there, Sean.
Yeah, heartache for Sayuri Nishiguchi, but Rhiannon O'Sullivan, classy as ever, gets the job done. The number 1 seed defeats the unseeded Sayuri Nishiguchi, who had an absolutely amazing tournament and run, but absolutely earned for Rhiannon O'Sullivan, your champion of the Las Vegas Classic WDF Silver Ranking event.
And just absolutely incredible. Sayuri, again, impressed all. And if you didn't know her before, I'll admit it, I didn't know her before. I definitely won't forget her now.
And I'm a fan.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rhiannon O'Sullivan, like you said, absolute class there, holding herself up high, holding her opponent up high, knowing that that was a battle down to the end, and some missed opportunities became a capitalized one for O'Sullivan.
All right, guys, don't go anywhere. We will be back with more action of the Las Vegas Classic, this time on the men's side. William Stewart, Sean Green, Nick Teixeira, live for USA Darts Productions. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Las Vegas Classic WDF Silver Ranking event. I'm Sean Green, joined by the GOAT, Will Stewart, who's going to adjust those player cams for the men's side of things versus the ladies. As we are live here in Las Vegas, Nevada, for this quarterfinal bout in the Las Vegas Classic for the men's side of things. James Beaton from Cheshire, England, is taking on David Fathom, originally from Canada, relocated to Arizona.
Yeah, looking forward to this battle here between these two gentlemen. Of course, James, finishing top 4 in yesterday's gold event. Pretty impressive display from him. But, yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one fares.
Yeah, Beaton, of course, a fantastic young talent, 21 years young.
Certainly doesn't look it, does he?
No.
Looks like he's about mid to late 20s, but
What's the hair?
I guess.
It's dapper. He has like the Dapper Dan hair.
I'm a Dapper Dan man.
And I'm only saying that because I'm just jealous of it.
That's it. You're with your receding hairline. Sorry. I should.
You mean receded hairline? Let's talk about and give updates on the men's side of things. Looking around the venue, we have quarterfinalists. We have 3 other quarterfinalists besides this pair right here. Garrett French is a surprise one.
Yeah.
Dave Prinz is a little bit of a surprise one as well. And how about soft tipper Ram Guevara, who is becoming not a surprise quarterfinalist at this point. And then Jason Brand and Chris Lim right now going on out there in the top 16. Dennis Nielsen from Sweden is waiting on the winner in the top 32 of Norman Madu and Joey Lanaw. And then George Daniels, Ethan De Vera is the other top 16 match going on out there.
Yeah, pretty good little lineup there, huh? As we'll get 25, 20 for Bull. And he pins it. What a shot for James Beaton.
Great darts from the 21-year-old. Makes that look easy. Utilizing the Bull route nicely. And he is now up 1-0, and it's a break of throw in this 1-4 quarterfinal.
Yeah, nowadays we're seeing the double-double look, so they'll go at the 19s and leave 76. But, yeah, the old traditional route for Beaton there gets it done on the 95. And now, Fathom, you feel like you got a little bit of work to do because, well, he broke you first leg.
I will tell you this. I've been a huge fan of Fathom's jerseys throughout this entire weekend.
I don't know about the hallucination one. The
that's
spiral, that thing, you can be lost in a trance on that bad boy.
Which is brilliant because the only people that are looking at it is your opponent.
Exactly. No thank you, sir. That'll never see a stage, ever, I guarantee you.
I am happy that it is not on this stage right now.
There's no way they're allowing that bad boy on a PDC stage if he ever makes the World Championships again or something,
He did point out as he arrived here in Vegas, there was a big scorpion on the sphere. Maybe look to the future on how his weekend might go.
Well, right now, he's got a lot of pressure being thrown his way because
double 8.
Beaton's not missing.
Except for the double on the inside, but he'll be back with Fathom way back on 296.
As I'm talking about, anytime you have to hit 2 triples just to leave a potential finish with your opponent leaving a single number, come on now.
Doesn't want to do the mess around here, and he does not. A 14-dart hold-a-throw for Beaton. He is firing on all cylinders early in this quarterfinal.
If you're Fathom, you're thinking, man, I wish this was a 1-to-5 leg battle right now.
Mm-hmm. You're not wrong. Great start with the 140.
Yeah, talking with James just a little bit. This is his first time he's ever came over to the States, actually. So they arrived, I believe it was Tuesday is what he said, and kind of spent some time out on the Strip just enjoying Vegas before kind of having the double bonus of an event to play in.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that perhaps the fact that he's 21 years old has led him to this Las Vegas Open.
I would say so. Well, also, you got to think about it, too, as he said that, man, you guys my arm's about to fall off, though, because of how much darts we play here.
Mm-hmm.
It's three events one day. He's like, I never do that.
Well, we do have an update for you out there. We do have 2 other quarterfinals now set, ready to go. The Lakeside semifinalist, Jason Brandon, is out, losing to, once again, a Lim. This time it's Chris again. So Chris Lim into the quarterfinals. The Lims have had Jason Brandon's number in the past couple months. But, yeah, it'll be a quarterfinal bout between Chris Lim and Ram Guevara. And then the third quarterfinal is going to be Garrett French versus Ethan De Vera, the young buck.
Yeah, currently resides in Texas, formerly of the Philippines. So, yeah, what a talented individual he is. He's in the top 10 of the ADO rankings right now, or finished in the top 10 in the ADO rankings last year. My apologies. And the young, ripe age of, I believe, 20.
Well, this is definitely better from Fathom, sitting on 48 after 15, but also a bit of an off leg for Beaton, even after that 140.
8 or 16 here. 16 for 32.
The double 8 does fall for Fathom, gets his first leg on the board, but he still has to break once.
I like Beaton. Just doesn't mess around, steps right in, and gets right to work. Says, who cares if you got the leg? I got my go here in just a second.
Yep. He's already done his job and broken the throw of Fathom.
Exactly, and that's what he's thinking right now. I just got to hold throw, and I'm good.
Yeah, again, a very unique delivery from Beaton, but one that has been very successful, to say the least. And honestly, it's every time I say it, the elbow staying still and the follow-through being textbook is 90% of this game and 90% of the throw.
You know, you mentioned Chris Lim. I believe he's continuing his form from last year's silver event. I believe he made a top 4 in that one, if I'm not mistaken. It was a top 4 or top 8.
I will let you know in 1 second.
Thank you. Yep, staying downstairs, 133 for Fathom. Adds a little pressure to 285. But he should hit 2 with that first dart here. Potentially 140. No, he can't quite do it. Just a ton. So outside looking in is Beaton, and Fathom looking to leave himself a tidy 3-darter.
Yeah, this attack on throw to break. He does get the 140.
Nice. Now sitting in a 2-dart range, which is, you always fancy that.
And this is not what he was looking to do. Does leave a finish, but just hardly. Fathom 83 left, treble 17. 66, bullseye.
Blocked.
For us.
I can't tell if he got it or not. It looks like he did. He did get it.
Wow, huge bull hit for David Fathom, and now he's back on throw, breaks right back, and you see Beaton shaking his head at it.
Yeah, huge stuff for Fathom to crawl his way back into this one after a strong start from James.
And confirmation, Chris Lim did make the quarterfinals last year in this event.
That's right.
Losing to Elliott Milk 4-3.
Chris doesn't get out and play much anymore. He kind of comes to an event here and there, and this is usually one that he marks down to attend.
Chris Lim's actually going to be the only returning quarterfinalist this year from last year.
Yep. Crazy. It just goes to show you, anybody's game here.
Well, especially when you have 350 entries.
Yeah.
Here is Dave Fathom.
Ooh.
Great 140. Attacking once again, leaves 164 after 9 with Beaton on 301. Only 57.
Goes back up to the 18s. Felt like he was blocked. I think Fathom downstairs on this one. Yep.
Does not need to shoot at the bull, even if he hits this other treble.
And I think he's starting to realize that now. He was about to step over and collect, and he doesn't really have to. So, yeah, just set yourself up, and a good setup job he does have there.
Yeah, great darts from Fathom. And Beaton is not happy with just how far off the range is.
He's a little upset with the chalking right now because it's taking a little bit of time. He likes a quick pace match, and just a little edit there from the chalker kind of threw him off. Caught that out of the corner of our other camera there, so.
That's fair, but
still, I mean.
I put that on him just to step back and wait.
You've got to step back and wait, yep. You can't rush in if your chalker's still going, you know.
Well, Fathom leaves double 9 after only hitting 14, so pressure can be put on here from Beaton. 124 left. See how he looks at the last dart. Yep, leaves 86. If he returns, Fathom, this is to take the lead for the first time in the match. He's going to have to clean up now. Great second dart, double 4. Does clean it up nicely. And it is a 3-2 lead now for David Fathom.
What a shot to get the leg, and of course Beaton right into the triple 20 with his first dart.
And it's a race to 4, so Fathom in the driver's seat will throw in the last link decider if it goes the distance, but would love nothing more than to end this right here against the talented 21-year-old. And WDF ranked men's player number 17 in the world.
Yeah, you can see Fathom just taking a second there.
And again, now both of them are starting to let outside things kind of creep in.
Just a touch. Just a touch.
Which is fine. They can just chalk their own matches from this point forward. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's got to point it out at some point that you can just pace it yourself, guys. You're fine. You don't need to be going at 100 miles an hour this whole time through. Unless you're going to tip the chalker after it's over. You get what you get.
I think I believe Kyle is just stepping in as a helpful hand. I don't think that was his match to chalk.
Yeah, exactly.
He usually set up a few, so. But hey, you know, you're used to a pace, and sometimes you got to adjust to your opponent or other things. So, hey, big ton there. I thought it was a 140 for a second, but this leaves Fathom with 101
for the match, and he's going to get a dart.
He'll go one for tops. Look at this for Fathom.
And he pins the 101 for the match. Defeats James Beaton 4-2 in the quarterfinal. And, well, David Fathom continues this roll. The Scorpion is into the semis. And the number 17 ranked player is out of this tournament.
What a 101 there for Fathom. As you can see, just perfect. Trip 20, single 1, double 20 for the W, as he will advance into the semis. Like you said, some more for us as we'll continue on in just a moment.
Yeah, just to let everybody know, the other two quarterfinals are already off and running, and the top 16 match of Norman Madu and Dennis Nielsen is off and running. So we will probably have a little bit of an extended break here in the coverage. But luckily for you guys, we're USA Darts Productions, and we have a lot of great content that we'll show you on the side. So stay with us. We'll be right back with probably the quarterfinal between Dave Prinz and the winner of Norman Madu and Dennis Nielsen right after this.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
What is the purpose of the Vertex stand? This product is made by Winmore, and they have solved 3 different problems. Number 1, when you don't want to permanently mount a dartboard. Number 2, when you can't drill into your walls. And number 3, when you want to travel with a dartboard. Not everyone wants a dartboard permanently mounted into a wall. Perhaps you just want to bust out the dartboard occasionally to entertain friends or family. The Vertex stand is perfect because you don't drill into the wall, you simply lean it against a flat surface. This is easily the most convenient product I've ever seen that you can set up or tear down super fast for portability. In minutes, you can have everything packed and ready to go with you for your next darts tournament or a friend's house or even camping. You can lean this bad boy up against a tree. On top of all of that, I love the idea of being able to easily travel with a dartboard. This thing is awesome. I was given it just to review, but believe me when I say it is not going back to A to Z Darts. They can try to pry it out of my hands.
So today we're going to learn how to throw a dart. In each turn of darts, you get 3 darts to throw. So with all 3 darts in your non-throwing hand, step up to the toe line. If you're right-handed, put your right foot on the line. Lefties, left foot. This isn't baseball, so you want the same foot forward as your throwing arm, not the opposite. Usually the toe line is set so that your foot will be right up to the front edge of the line, not behind it. This toe line is also known as the Aki. The position of your front foot is usually at an angle to the line, to some degree. Your back foot should be a little bit wider than shoulder width away from the front. Put 1 dart in your throwing hand while holding on to the other 2 darts in your other hand. Looking at the dartboard, focus in on a spot you want to hit. To start, let's look right at the bullseye. As you stare at your target, lean forward, bring the dart up and draw it back towards your eye. Throw the dart by moving your hand and forearm towards your target, keeping everything else as still as possible. Hold your position while transferring the second dart to your throwing hand and repeat your throw. Once you've thrown all 3 darts, your turn is complete and you can retrieve your darts from the board. And yes, it will take some practice to get the dart to go where you're aiming. It's not as easy as the pros make it look. But with practice, I guarantee your accuracy will get better, and I tell you, there's nothing better than having 3 darts go exactly where you wanted them to. If you've already been throwing darts and have had success with something slightly different than what I've just explained, great, fantastic. As long as it works for you, no problem. Just keep in mind that any extra movement in your throw will make it harder for you to hit your target consistently. As a beginner, just try to get all 3 darts to land in the same area. As you build your confidence, you can narrow down your target, getting all 3 darts to land in one number, say, like the 20s.
This game is going to be key. You can tell by the way they're scoring. There may be nothing in it. One man misses, does the other man get? Yes! Double 12! That is the most amazing leg dance you will ever see in your life! I can't stop! Double 12! And the 9-dart king lands another one! Covered by Team Michael. Double 12! Back going! Luke Humphries, the ascension is complete. Incredible stuff. The world number 1 is world champion.
Throwing 23-gram Cali West Colonial steel tip barrels. Her favorite checkout is 108. Coincidentally, Will Stewart recently did a video series, 4 Ways to Check 108. So many people voted Shanghai on the 18s, but Callie prefers the 4 19s for double 16. So we're going to go that method in honor of her. Here's attempt number 1. Ah, so that did not fly. There's your treble. Attempt number 2. Oh, geez. Oh, outside the wire. Attempt number 3. Son of a bitch. Attempt number 4. God, they come around quick. Oh, I wasn't gonna let Callie down.
Jules Van Dongen, the Dutch Dragon, brand new signature darts as a part of the Winmore US player launch. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations, of course. Stretching it out because someone suggested a 95 checkout, and I am not feeling very confident yet because I filmed the steel tip portion first. But we're aiming for the 19s, and if we miss into the single 19 like it did, we go treble 16 for double 14. But no dice. Gonna have to reset for attempt number 2. She gets the treble 19. Miss outside on the double. And miss inside cause you suck. Attempt number 3 always comes by so fast. We've got the treble again. And she gets a cheeky double in the corner.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
what is the purpose of the Vertex stand? This product is made by Winmore, and they have solved 3 different problems. Number 1, when you don't want to permanently mount a dartboard. Number 2, when you can't drill into your walls. And number 3, when you want to travel with a dartboard. Not everyone wants a dartboard permanently mounted into a wall. Perhaps you just want to bust out the dartboard occasionally to entertain friends or family. The Vertex stand is perfect because you don't drill into the wall, you simply lean it against a flat surface. This is easily the most convenient product I've ever seen that you can set up or tear down super fast for portability. In minutes, you can have everything packed and ready to go with you for your next darts tournament or a friend's house or even camping. You can lean this bad boy up against a tree. On top of all of that, I love the idea of being able to easily travel with a dartboard. This thing is awesome. I was given it just to review, but believe me when I say it is not going back to A to Z Darts. They can try to pry it out of my hands.
So today we're going to learn how to throw a dart. In each turn of darts, you get 3 darts to throw. So with all 3 darts in your non-throwing hand, step up to the toe line. If you're right-handed, put your right foot on the line. Lefties, left foot. This isn't baseball, so you want the same foot forward as your throwing arm, not the opposite. Usually the toe line is set so that your foot will be right up to the front edge of the line, not behind it. This toe line is also known as the aki. The position of your front foot is usually at an angle to the line, to some degree. Your back foot should be a little bit wider than shoulder width away from the front. Put 1 dart in your throwing hand while holding on to the other 2 darts in your other hand. Looking at the dartboard, focus in on a spot you want to hit. To start, let's look right at the bullseye. As you stare at your target, lean forward, bring the dart up and draw it back towards your eye. Throw the dart by moving your hand and forearm towards your target, keeping everything else as still as possible. Hold your position while transferring the second dart to your throwing hand and repeat your throw. Once you've thrown all 3 darts, your turn is complete and you can retrieve your darts from the board. And yes, it will take some practice to get the dart to go where you're aiming. It's not as easy as the pros make it look. But with practice, I guarantee your accuracy will get better, and I tell you, there's nothing better than having 3 darts go exactly where you wanted them to. If you've already been throwing darts and have had success with something slightly different than what I've just explained, great, fantastic. As long as it works for you, no problem. Just keep in mind that any extra movement in your throw will make it harder for you to hit your target consistently. As a beginner, just try to get all 3 darts to land in the same area. As you build your confidence, you can narrow down your target, getting all 3 darts to land in one number, say, like the 20s.
Andrea Taylor, congratulations on a great run as you just made it to the finals on the main board here and went up against Eve Watson. But you had a semi earlier in the ADO championship. I mean, were you feeling good with your form today?
You know, I felt really good. The competition in this room is almost unmatched globally, so I will take those finishes all day and be so happy about it. Asia Jalbert is incredible. Lost to the champion in that deal, and obviously Eve Watson, the Welsh cricket domineering person, is amazing. She shot so good. I'm not even mad at it.
Well, she was playing a very aggressive strategy. Was that throwing you off your game at all, like knowing that you were basically going against close after close after close?
No, I can, mentally at least, I try to adjust my strategy based on who I'm playing or what they're showing me, and the reality is I just flat got outshot.
Well, you are very cordial when you win, but when you lose, you're so quick to congratulate your opponent. Is that just a skill you pride yourself on? Because you are so prideful in your sportsmanship, and you should be.
I mean, it's ultimately at the end of the day, what we have as competitors is our integrity, and I will always cheer myself when I manage to pull out a big win. It's a big deal. I'm very passionate about this game and the people that play it, and I'm going to cheer myself when I hit them. And if I get outshot and my opponent wins the game, then I'm going to cheer for them too, because you got to work. You got to really play your game to beat me. So if you can do that, I'm going to cheer for you all day.
And of course, you actually introduced me and Will to your mom earlier as well. What's it feel like to be playing on the big stage, knowing that you have family in the room?
My mom taught me everything that I know about this game, and to have her here is a huge deal for me. It's very emotional. She's actually kind of old and has now gone to bed, and she missed 90% of the fireworks today, but just having her support will always mean everything to me.
And final question for you here. We have a lot of women joining the dart scene. It feels like it's getting bigger and better than ever. What advice would you give to a young lady that decides to pick up the sticks today?
Don't give up. Don't give up. Have fun. A lot of people, in my opinion, will tell you what you're doing and what you're not doing right, and everybody's different. I mean, everybody's stroke is different, everybody's stance is different. You got to do what feels right to you. Have a good time, believe in yourself, and if for whatever reason you're not or you're struggling, call me.
Well, absolutely. You are a great motivational life coach, everything else. So we're going to absolutely keep you on speed dial there, and we wish you nothing but the best of luck with the rest of the weekend here in Las Vegas.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate you guys. Thanks, USA Darts all day. You guys are incredible. And buy Jen Mounts Darts, not Will Stewart's.
You heard her. Welcome back, everybody, to the Las Vegas Open here at the Tuscany Suites and Casino. We have a beautiful semifinal matchup here in our WDF 501 Singles Silver event. My name's Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart, commentating this match for Ethan DeVera versus David Fadum.
Yeah, looking forward to a good one here. I mean, Ethan DeVera, the young man, is just pure talent. And we're seeing it here with a semifinal appearance in the WDF Silver event. First off, congratulations to him for that one, but he's going to be a tough competitor here against Fadum. There's no doubt about that one.
Ethan DeVera, we got to be familiar with a couple years ago now, where he just made an appearance on live stream. We're like, man, we're going to make sure to remember this talent here. Lives over in that Texas area and does some absolute damage on the dartboard.
And speaking of damage, there's a big 180 from David Fadum. And, yeah, some just a mentionable for Ethan. I mentioned it in the last match, but last year in the ADO circuit, he really gave it a run, competing on at numerous tournaments, finished with a top 10 finish in the overall men's ranking. So pretty impressive there for a youngster that really just said, hey, I'm going to give it a run this year.
Well, he has a very assertive dart stroke. He actually used to pull back his dart a little bit less than he even does now, if you believe it or not. But he really fires those things into the board. I'd get tired throwing the dart like he does. And, of course, Fathom, player that's made plenty of live streams in his career and plenty of live feeds. Top-tier talent the Scorpion is.
Yeah, he certainly is. We'll go for 95 here. Just to set himself up. With Ethan back in the 200s, he should be okay to get at least 3 here. Maybe more. We'll get more.
Yeah, that's going to be frustrating there for De Vera. Not going to be happy with that visit to the board. I'm wasting no time. Fathom is ever to the double 16. Does pin it there. The Scorpion on its hair today. He's kind of been getting back into form.
He's collecting on these doubles, and that's really helping him. I mean, we saw it versus James Beaton, just how much he was getting on with those doubles, and hey, he's getting on with the triples too. Look at this, almost another 180, but instead it's just a 140, and he'll take that start all day.
Fab's been very transparent about his weight loss journey and his his journey about losing the weight and also working on his mental aspects of the game, trying to work on being a little bit more of a positive mentality at the board and at the Aki and off the Aki as well. And I think that's really helped him get into the top form we're seeing out of him.
Hey, he's saying always do something for yourself every day, whether it be a walk or something. Just do something for yourself to better your livelihood, and that's what he's preaching at the moment. But
De Vera does not follow his 180 particularly well, hitting a 26 after.
Not ideal, especially with Fathom, sitting on 221 after 6. He's really pressing here, and a ton to leave 121. I'll take that, baby.
Yeah, beautiful first 9 darts there from Fathom. And De Vera, again, after starting with perfection, a little bit haywire here. A little all or nothing on his dart stroke as he really hammers those into the board.
Well, he can afford to go 25 here first, and he may just do that. We'll go ahead and zoom in on that segment. Maybe I'm wrong. I am.
Jumping all around there. But Ethan now going to try to get himself into this leg here a little bit, as Fathom's off to an early onslaught in this affair. And again, Ethan with a haywire last start, who's otherwise been playing pretty well.
So 64, 216s for 32 for a 2-0. Solid ton, but I don't know if enough pressure was added there. This should go first or second for David.
And not going to feel any pressure from the opponent, only a turn of pressure to continue to try to #do more.
Surprising stuff there for Fathom, and he's going to give Ethan the look.
Ethan's going to have to take this opportunity. He's going to get a dart double top here. Going to recompose for it. Feeling a little bit of the pressure, it seems. You can see the big sigh from the young man.
Oh, and he says yes as he pins the double top for a 1-1 score line.
Yeah, break right back here.
And Fathom had to just take a step back to let Ethan up to the Aki as he thought it was his go.
Of course, it very well may be after only a 45 start there from De Vera. Again, Fathom, one of those talented players that's been at the top of the North American game. Truly, you can say North American game as he now is a U.S. citizen. Was from Canada.
I thought you were saying Ethan there for a second. I was like, what?
Nope. Philippines heritage, lives in Texas.
It's something Ethan's going to be wanting to do, though. I know he's expressed that in the past because he has a desire to play the CDC tour as well. So in order to have that, you have to be a citizen.
Did play in the same dart league as his uncle Edgar Rivera.
Couple unfortunate darts there.
Good 140 there from Devera, continuing to find a little bit more comfortability on this stage. And Fathom receding a little bit from that early 100-plus that we saw in those first two legs where he was up there until those errant doubles. But Devera continues to attack, continues to push on here, get himself down to 101.
And he actually beat our chalker Garrett French in his last round. And I know Garrett was saying, I had darts on wires to beat that kid. And I said, well, that kid is into the semis and you're not, isn't he? And he goes, yeah, don't mention it to me.
Darts on wires seems to be the theming, as O'Sullivan bested Sayuri earlier.
Well, we could get a 101 from Ethan. We will not. We just received one from David Fathom in the last match.
With Fathom not going to be able to take out the 146, will get himself set up pretty well here.
Yeah.
Kind of second-guessed himself on that last start. Broke his own rhythm. 39 for Devera. 2 darts at double 16.
Gets it.
David Fathom, again, one of those guys constantly working on himself. And I think that's a good testament to what a lot of different players sometimes forget to do. You play the game, you always have the same approach. Not a man not afraid to challenge himself there, challenge his idea, his approach, his mentality. I know just alone with my commentary, I've had to do the challenging it a few times. It's always an uphill battle working on yourself and working on the game.
And Ethan just about hammers in another 180. Ooh, surprising stuff from Fathom there on 303.
Yeah, not opting to go for the 133 to leave the 170.
Well, he usually attacks those 19s in circumstances of checkouts, like a 164, 154, 114. But instead, not there, and he may pay for it.
So far on process to pay for it. 280 points scored in the last 6 starts. There's 122 is the leave after 9 for Devive Devera.
Yeah, he's shaking it off here. Just didn't feel right.
Does get the last starter in there, ensuring that Devera really needs to consider the 18's route to go for the bull.
And that's how he's going to go. Trip 18 leaves the bull. And he's certainly not happy with that approach. But a great setup for Fathom. Devera on 82. Should attack bull here. Shouldn't be 27, correct? Yeah, should be. Should have left a finish of 24.
Yeah, just had to do a quick adjustment there with the chalker. Attacking the bull right away. 76 over to the double 8.
Not quite as it'll go to Fathom for double 12 for 2-2. And it's a 16 dart leg for him.
Yeah, beautiful stuff as they're going to have to just continue to fight back and forth against each other. Fathom, Devera, both eager for the opportunity to get a spot in that final. Chris Lim sitting in the other semifinal, besting Guevara, 99.09 average to Rams at 96.77 average in that 4-3 affair.
Wow, Chris Lim into the semi. Over on the other matches is Dave Prinz taking on Dennis Nielsen.
That is correct.
Dennis making the trek here from Sweden. Dave making the trek from the UK and England. The Honey Badger looking for a semifinal.
You know what? The Honey Badger don't give a.
No, he does not.
Fam's just continuing to look solid throughout this match. He's been playing pretty well, pretty consistent play. See how he takes the approach here. He opted to not go for the 3-3-3 setup. Will you do it for 3-0-2? He does. Again, potentially costly.
Eyeing a ton there to leave 160, but unfortunately he's not going to have that opportunity now after the first start into the 5 and just a single 20.
So no harm to Fathom then for electing to not set up the 302. Down to 108, should be in pretty happy position here. Ethan's going to try to collect something better though. Keyword is try. Will he do?
How does he go about this 108 finish here? Will it be 19s? Yes, it will be. Single 19 leaves 32. He's going to get a look, and he's going to take it.
Beautiful shot there from David Fathom for a 3-2 advantage, and is continuing to push along here in what was an excellent 15 dart leg, averaging an 88.94 in this affair. De Vera going against the darts with Fathom on match point.
What a absolute gem from Fathom. As he puts himself just one leg away.
Of course, Fathom still has to seize this last leg, and De Vera's definitely been up and down at times. The legs that he's won, he's looked real sharp, though.
Going downstairs.
You can see Fathom showing a little bit of frustration there on a troublous visit. Knows that it's important. He doesn't want to get broken here. And Ethan's looking to play a little bit of spoiler on Fathom's run.
Well, you don't want to see this last league decider. You want to get it done and dusted so you don't have to. You can just cruise into your final and have a little break here, settle down, get ready for it, whoever you got. Because you never know what can happen in those last league deciders, man. Nerves come out of nowhere and hit you right in the face sometimes.
Don't blame you there.
I think we saw it in our final on the ladies' side. I mean, it just can come out of nowhere and get you.
And it can eat at you on your insides as well. As a 1-2-3 there from Fathom sails away as he kind of pantomimes it a little bit, but still going to be a good shot there to get himself in range of a checkout. Ethan, again, playing on the attack. We saw this before where Fathom had to hit the 10 plus. The last start catching the 7 instead of the requisite 19 he was aiming at.
Maybe if my button works, there we go.
Fathom will not get the swing here.
He elects to stay there to leave 50.
Questionable on the last.
He's looking at just adding pressure there. And De Vera for 112. We'll see if he goes out this the 20s. Looks like he's going at it a different route.
91 remaining. But doesn't get it here. So Fathom, opportunity for the match here. Sitting on 50. Takes his double of choice. He's choosing 32. Needs to work in on that dart. And gets it done. David Fathom will move on to the final. And Ethan Devive De Vera is defeated.
Yeah, you can tell Ethan really wanted that one. But he's going to be happy with the semifinal run. I guarantee you that. Yeah, he'll be kind of kicking himself and certain circumstances where he maybe could have taken advantage. But, hey, you know what? I'm saying he'll take it for a young 20-year-old with a bright future. Semifinal run in a WDF event, especially a silver event. Yes, sir. Fathom, we'll see him again here in just a moment. It'll be either Chris Lim, Dave Prinz, or Dennis Nielsen that he will play against. We're waiting on that Prinz-Nielsen match right now. So bear with us. We'll have more action come your way. Where are we at on that women's doubles front? I want to know because I think we're top 16, top 8. We'll go ahead and check. About top 8. We've got a few matches to go. So, all right, bear with us, folks. We'll be right back with more coverage. William Stewart, Nick Teixeira, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
We are here with Lisa Yee, today's runner-up in the 501 ADO National Championship. Lisa, quite a run today.
Yes, it was a lot of fun, actually.
Tell us about your run overall. What was probably your toughest match before the final?
Myself. Doubles was, I'm pretty sure I missed a lot of them on stage as well, but they were just not my friend today. But overall, all the women were tough. They were, they're all out on their A games, trying to come and take it and win, and I just got the lucky darts at the right time.
Now, Lisa, you're less than a year recovered from shoulder surgery, where you took some time off. Tell us about what that process was like for you.
It was actually a very boring process. I stayed home and caught up on every binge show I could watch for the first 4 months. I actually took an extra month and a half off to make sure that I didn't re-injure it and recover, and played a little bit of, I didn't start until August, no, I take that back, September, the end of September, to play. I was playing left-handed. I went to some tournaments left-handed, but I didn't play right-handed until end of September, and kind of dove into it in October.
And what has been the most difficult part of recovering from your shoulder surgery since you've gotten back into the game?
My consistency. Just knowing that I know I can do it. I was able to do it before, and now it feels good, but it's just, sometimes I'll hit the triple 12 instead of the triple 20, and it feels great coming out of my hand. But it's just a process, and every week I feel like I'm getting stronger and just a little bit more accurate, so.
The final, Asia got you pretty good, 5-0. Just tell us a little something about Asia as a player and as a competitor.
She was great. I don't think I've actually played against her before, so playing against her was kind of new. She shot phenomenal. She was on point every single time. Every time I turned around and looked, she was, hit a big shot. If I counteracted it, which wasn't very much, but if I counteracted it, she would just come back right with a great shot, and she hit her doubles. That's the important thing about this game. If you hit your doubles, you win the game.
Well, you started off with a great run today. What are the goals for the rest of the weekend?
To just hopefully do my best and have a lot of fun doing it. I don't expect much out of this weekend, just because my shoulder, I haven't played multiple events yet. I've played one event a day, online, some local blind draws. So I'm kind of interested to see what 2 events a day, what the outcome might be.
Lisa, we wish you nothing but the best of luck. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you.
Joined by Alex Feldman, your ADO 501 national champion. Alex, how are you feeling going into that final against Elliot Milk?
I've been playing really well today. A lot of matches in the 90s, but physically wasn't loving where I was at. My darts are lying a little below level, and they never do that, so I don't know if that's something I'm doing or if it's, I don't know. I say elevation, air, I don't know. But so I was having to kind of finagle, and I don't know. I don't even know how to answer that question. I'm sorry. My mind is everywhere right now.
Well, you got the big win, but I mean, at first it was a 3-1 jump on Elliott. Then all of a sudden he kind of came back in a storm there. Were you expecting to kind of go that direction, or what were you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, Elliott's been playing good all day. Fortunately, I did just that against Chris Lim the match before. I think I was somewhere around 115 average through the first 3 legs. I was cruising, and then I could even tell that I was kind of letting my foot off the gas. I wasn't trying to, but I did. And it took Lim eventually brought it up to a deciding leg.
And then on top of that, we were talking about all the different sponsorship announcements you've had lately, right?
Yeah.
Does it feel good to announce all the sponsors and then start off with a big win in 2025?
Absolutely. I was a bit worried coming in because I had so much going on the last couple of days that I didn't get any practice time. But sometimes that can be good. Sometimes you're putting too much time on the board and need those couple of days off. But I do want to point out, when I first signed with Galaxy 4 years ago, the first time I wore my jersey, I won the congressional, CDC congressional. And so the first time I wear a new jersey. So I want to announce that I'm canceling my contract with Flight Faction, and I'm going to go to 2 to 3 day contracts like NBA players with Flight Faction. But I just want to ensure that I win every weekend now, because it just seems to work for me.
It seems like a recipe for success. And
yes.
Another big win to add to your CV. Do you feel like a lot of players nowadays, do they know you for Alex Wynn, the darts player, the soft tip player, the steel tip player? Because you've had accomplishments in both sides of the game.
Right. So probably the more visible things I've won have been soft tip, like the 2-time ESPN stuff. It's kind of like Jose de Souza, or whatever. He was really big into the soft tip world, broke into the steel. So he's mostly probably known for steel tip. Whereas for me, maybe not as many people are watching the CDC and stuff like that. So, but I've won just about everything else so far. And this was, I guess I just got cricket nationals left.
And is that going to be your goal for the rest of the weekend here? Is like, okay, I started off right, and now I'm going to try to ride that wave into all these other events we have coming up?
Nope. But I can use, like I said, I didn't like the way my darts were lying today, and I still got through that. So my entire weekend is going to be trying to, just manage through that. But because I had success today, it's going to make the rest of the weekend a lot easier. If I kind of fell short and kind of tripped over myself, that makes the rest of the weekend a lot more difficult, because now you're thinking about it.
Well, great insights from the ADO 501 Nationals champion there. Wishing you best of luck the rest of the weekend, Alex.
Thank you.
Alrighty, everybody. Looks like we're suffering a little bit of an issue with lag or something. So we're going to go ahead and refresh our feed. We do apologize for that, but we think it's the best option so we don't have any lag, or hopefully don't have any lag. Knock on wood. We'll go ahead and fix this up for you guys. We'll get a fresh feed going. We do apologize for this because we know we've been pretty active here most of the day. So we'll try to get this ready for Chris Lim and Dennis Nielsen. We do apologize, folks, but we'll get this. We'll get this started. So look for the new feed on our Facebook and YouTube pages. We'll get that underway as soon as possible. Thank you.